Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see what if Naruto seduced Hinata inside Washroom. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. It had been a little over a year since Naruto and Hinata had started going out. It was well into summer, and the days were hot and long. Naruto wiped the sweat off of his dripping brow. He went over to the cooler and pulled out a bottle of water. As he twisted the top off, the blonde plopped down and looked proudly up at what he and his friends had accomplished. Gone were the gnarled vines and the twisted wreckage of his mother's homestead. Hinata had been true to her word, and helped him every step of the way with the repairs. At first, the pair had started fixing the small things. They weeded the grounds, cleaned up the debris, and shored up the main support beam. But Hinata quickly realized that they were not skilled enough to rebuild the entire structure alone. But Naruto had been admittedly against bringing on anyone else to help. It was his home and he would be the one to fix it. Hinata-chan, of course, respected his wishes, while discreetly sending out feelers among Naruto's friends after the ceiling nearly collapsed on him for the third time. And then one day, out of the blue, Naruto's old friend Inari from the Land of Waves came to visit. It turned out that he had finally finished his apprenticeship with his grandfather Tazuna and was currently searching for carpentry work. And Naruto, being unable to deny his friends anything when they were in need, immediately brought Inari onto the project. The blonde thought it was a little odd that Hinata and Inari shared a wink after he agreed, but Naruto never really thought much of it. That is until Inari had started speaking rather loudly about their plans during lunch at Ichiraku's one day. Iruka-sensei and the rest of his ramen family jumped at the chance to help out. And then Ino got wind of it, and yeah, pretty much every weekend from then on, half of the ninja population would show up at worksite offering assistance. And Naruto would welcome all their help with open arms, except for Sakura's, that is. Because Naruto wasn't going to let her within a 50-foot radius of the building site after she had nearly destroyed her parents' house, twice. But, Naruto let her pulverize some boulders around the estate grounds from time to time. Her punch combined with that temper was going to get Sakura into a lot of trouble one of these days. Today happened to be one of those busy volunteer days. Kiba and Shino were hammering shingles to the roof as Akamaru barked his support from the ground. Sai and Ino had a giant board with color swatches on it as they spoke with Hinata about the overall interior design. Choji was, of course, catering the event, providing lunch to all their hungry friends. Shikamaru was standing with Inari, inspecting the plans and trying to supervise everyone. Konohamaru and his team collected the best lumber they could find. Tenten was in charge of keeping the tools organized and in the best possible working condition. Lee was currently in a contest with Gai-sensei about who could hammer the most nails in an hour, and Iruka-sensei was busy measuring wood as his daughter Nori passed him the correct tools. The blonde was deeply touched that all their friends came out to help as often as they could. Hinata-chan had been right, he really should have sought out their assistance earlier. Naruto snorted to himself as he looked up at the nearly completed structure. His girlfriend was a very clever woman. She knew the real reason he had hesitated bringing them in. Naruto didn't want his friends to feel obligated to help, they owed him nothing, and he would not take advantage of their kindness. So Hinata-chan found a way for them to just offer it anyway. With his friend's assistance, the project was finally almost complete. He and Hinata had just finished painting the living room walls yesterday. The blonde, being the klutz that he was, accidentally got some paint on Hinata when he wasn't paying attention. But his girlfriend quickly got her revenge, and the work session quickly devolved into a playful paint fight. After an hour, they collapsed to the floor completely out of breath, and held each other to admire their work. The walls were absolutely covered in a multitude of different hues, streaks, and splatters. They then turned to one another and noticed that their clothes and faces looked exactly like the walls. They merrily laughed at the mess they had made and ravenously began to kiss under the paint-drying lights. Yes, it had been quite the night. Naruto smirked to himself as he inspected his nearly completed home with pride. It had taken a lot of work, but it seemed that the structure would finally be used as it had been intended, as Naruto's home. But if the blonde was honest with himself, it would simply be a house without a certain someone there as well. Naruto blushed thinking this and looked back down at his water bottle with a small smile. He had meant it that day when he told Hinata that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. And with every day that passed, he became even more certain that fact. She was the cornerstone of his life. And Naruto felt that enough time had finally passed in order to make it official. Even with the cost of rebuilding, Naruto had been putting a little aside each month. And after all this time, he was confident that there was enough to afford a proper ring. Naruto may have screwed up their first date, no matter how hard Hinata protested that he hadn't, but he was not going to allow it to happen again. He was determined to make his proposal everything Hinata-chan deserved. This was going to be a night she was truly going to remember. And the blonde would end up doing so, with more than a little help from his friends. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, there you have it. I think all of you will like what I have planned. Thanks again to all the people who faved and reviewed the last 2 fics. They really inspired me to write this next piece, and I hope you continue to enjoy my work. Reviews help me write faster, lol. So please remember to read, fave, and review. The Lion's Den. Disclaimer: this is written just for fun for all the Naruto fans out there. My only payment is in reviews and people's happiness. Sorry this chapter took so long to write, guys, but like I've said, this last month has been super busy and October isn't looking much better, but we shall see. And now, Chapter 2 for all of you. The Lion's Den. Hayashi knew Naruto was going to propose when he requested a meeting with the Hyuga Council. The head of the Hyuga clan quietly watched as the elders began to assemble in the Great Hall. Requesting such a gathering was not to be taken lightly, but the blonde was handling this with a great deal of care. Hayashi had noticed the signs for quite some time that Naruto was planning something. It had started out small. Over the last few months the boy would stop by from time to time and inquire about different Hyuga customs and traditions. But overall, Naruto seemed particularly interested in ones pertaining to family contracts or marriages. It took a great deal of Hayashi's control to fight back his smile when he came to this realization. And when Naruto finally requested that the council be called, Hayashi found he could no longer do so. "Is there something you would like to ask me, son?" he slyly questioned with a raised eyebrow. "Hi," confirmed Naruto with a deadly serious stare. "I know we have only been dating a little over a year, but my intent has always been, and always shall be, to marry your daughter." The boy then deeply bowed. "I ask of you this day, Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan, that you bestow upon us your blessing, so that I might take your daughter's hand in marriage." Naruto then glanced back up at him with expectant blue eyes. The genuine emotion reflecting back only made Hayashi's smile grow all the wider. "Since you first started dating Hinata, I've noticed a drastic change in her. She has become more confident in herself, and dare I say, even happy." With this Hayashi stood from his chair and stared intently back at Naruto. "And I believe the only one who could ever make her eternally so, is you. With this in mind, and with Hinata's best interests at heart, I grant you both my full blessing." Naruto's back snapped right back into place and he positively beamed with joy. Hayashi had to cough into his hand in order to help contain his laughter. But immediately after, sobered, knowing what he now must tell the boy. "But I'm afraid, son. I'm not the one you're going to have to convince," Hayashi admitted solemnly. "Don't worry, Hayashi-sama. I have a plan, answered Naruto back with a wide foxy grin. And now here they were, the council was assembling, without the presence of Hinata or Hanabi. The council had decided that Hanabi would also be absent for the vote, because they felt that her opinion would not be entirely unbiased considering the nature of what they were discussing. Hinata was out on a mission and Hanabi was busy in her room, leaving both women none the wiser of the gathering taking place. Hayashi had been vehemently against the decision, but as always the council elders outvoted him. Hanabi's vote would have been very helpful, knowing the manipulative nature of the elders, but it would not seem to be. Hayashi watched sternly as the last few members filed into the room. He didn't want to admit it to Naruto, but he was rather concerned about how this vote was going to go. It was then that a hushed whisper beside Hayashi interrupted his turbulent thoughts. "Do not worry, Hayashi-sama. Naruto has more supporters here than you realize." Hayashi turned toward the voice inquiring, "Ko?" in a rather surprised tone. He had no idea the man's opinion of Naruto had changed so drastically. Ko merely nodded his head and turned away just as Hayashi's father entered the meeting hall. "Just sit back and watch the show," he hastily responded and took his seat with the rest of the council. Hayashi's eyes narrowed at his cryptic wording, but there was no time to ponder it, for his father had just called the council to order. "As you all know, we are gathered here today to vote on the request being offered by Uzumaki Naruto," his Otusan stated coldly. "Come forth and formally present your request." The sliding doors to the hall opened, and Naruto walked in, dressed in his finest sage robes. He bowed to Hayashi, the elders, and to the rest of the council. And then he began, "Ladies and gentlemen, arigato, for attending this meeting today. I know all of you are very busy, so I will strive to keep this as short as possible." Naruto cleared his throat. "As most of you know, I have been dating Hayashi-sama's daughter, Lady Hinata, for over a year now. It is my intention to ask her to join with me in the union of marriage. And it is my request that council grant me permission to do so." This sent the hall into a flurry of muttering between the members. "Order," declared Hayashi as he stood from his seat and addressed the room. "We will discuss this venture calmly and rationally." To this the rabble began to settle down. "That is until," Hayashi continued, "as you all know, from the very start I gave Naruto permission to date Hinata. And I wish for all of you to take into consideration, that I publicly support this union." "Hayashi-sama. How on earth could you dash?" "Order," declared his Otusan as he stood at Hayashi's side. "We are Hyuga. And we will have order." The hall immediately calmed back down into a chorus of hushed whispers. "Now, who wishes to speak in rejection of this request?" asked the elderly man to the room. Hayashi narrowed his eyes at his Otusan. He already knew his father's view of the couple. The elderly man had apparently made some vague threats to prominent individuals within the branch family that they had better vote against the request. And while their votes didn't count as much as ones cast by members of the main branch, it was no secret that the branch family had come to greatly respect Naruto because of Niji. "I do," declared Hana as she clutched her walking cane with all her might. "Need I remind all of you that this boy is not Hyuga? He is not one of us, and has quite publicly denounced our traditions. Not to mention, the Kyubi still resides inside of him. There is no guarantee that the Byakugan will be passed to any of their offspring. It might even become a mutation because of the influence of the Kyubi's chakra." This statement set off another round of muttering. "It is my understanding that marrying outside the Hyuga is not unheard of, especially for members of the main family." Naruto addressed the woman's concerns calmly, putting all of Kakashi's diplomatic training to use. "And since Hinata is no longer in consideration to be the head of the clan, whether or not our children would inherit the Byakugan would not reflect back on you in any way. She and our children would then be Uzumaki. As you all know, I am to be Kakashi-sama's successor when he retires." Having a marital tie to the leader of the village would be very advantageous for you. Naruto makes a valid point, agreed Ko, adding in his voice. Both he and Hinata-sama were also part of the team that saved the entire ninja world. It would be seen as a powerful alliance for generations to come. And the influence of the Kyuubi's chakra could give birth to a new bloodline limit that would only increase the notoriety of the clan as a whole. And yet, said his Otosan cautiously, I notice, young Naruto, that you have yet to address the accusation that Hana-sama made. Is this arrangement part of a bigger plot, perhaps? I beg your pardon, asked Naruto coldly, clearly unprepared for the direction Hayashi's father had taken the conversation. What exactly are you implying? The Hyuga elder stood from his seat and glared down at the blonde. I am implying, boy, that this is part of a larger plan on your part, one to destroy the Hyuga, from the inside out. Several people in the room released scandalized gasps at such a suggestion. Otosan, declared Hayashi, positively disgusted that his father would make such an accusation. That is outrageous and uncalled for. This boy has repeatedly and publicly declared that it is his ultimate mission to change the Hyuga, growled the elder in indignant fury. What better way than to marry one of our own and crack its very foundation from within? How dare you, said Naruto coldly as his eyes flashed to Kurama's slitted ones. My request has nothing to do with my promise to Niji. This has always been about Hinata, and only Hinata. So then you deny that you have any intention to change the laws of this clan? The branch family and the curse seal both exist for important reasons, child. Or did you forget about what happened to the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto simply glared back at the old man. I did not forget. The real meaning of Hamura's celestial decree was misinterpreted and the branch family destroyed the main branch because of it. Precisely, we Hyuga, who are also descended from that line, were informed of what had transpired decades ago by a few survivors of that massacre. Which was why we developed the tradition of using the curse seal on the branch family in the first place. So that an atrocity such as that would never come to pass again. For a moment, the room as a whole sat in stunned silence. And then, the quiet suddenly shattered and all hell broke loose. Wait, you mean that is why they are the reason that Otosan, you're saying you knew about the Otsutsuki clan? Asked Hayashi with deadly calm. Why on earth was I not informed of this? It is only to be spoken of when the head elder steps down and the next takes their place. There was no time to inform you. Besides, the information I had would not have helped much in the grand scheme of the battle anyway, the man explained in a dismissive manner. That is not the point, Otosan, yelled Hayashi. That information could have helped, you had no way of knowing It is tradition to never The entire world was in danger, roared Hayashi at his father. Don't you think that was more important? In my eyes, no, confessed the elderly man as he once again turned to address Naruto. So I ask again, Uzumaki Naruto. Do you still have any intention of changing the Hyuga, even after all you have learned? Naruto took a deep breath that shook his entire body. My only intention in gathering all of you here was to ask for Hinata's hand in marriage. If I disregarded all of your traditions, would have just proposed to Hinata outright. But, simply because something has always been done, does not mean it must continue. Nothing in life is ever permanent. Order and tradition simply give us the illusion that we are in some way in control of it. And when all is said and done, it is you in this room who will truly decide whether or not to change the Hyuga, not I. Cleverly put, conceded the elderly man. But that was not an answer, boy. Very well, relented Naruto with light sigh, I promise that I will not actively strive to change the Hyuga. Hayashi's father grinned down at the blonde in triumph. That is, until Naruto continued with a wicked smile, because I don't have to. The elderly man's smile fell right off his face. What? He inquired. I was never the real threat to you, sir. Time was. Niji and Lady Hinata started changing the Hyuga without your knowledge years ago, simply by prove that members of both branches don't have to be enemies, but what you were always meant to be, a family. The younger generation of the Hyuga already honor their views and philosophy, they don't have to be present to enforce them. The hardest thing to kill is an idea. And theirs is thriving. The damage is done, the Hyuga has already changed, you just haven't noticed that it has yet. Why you dash? I believe we have all heard enough, interrupted Hayashi as he placed a hand on his father's shoulder. I think it's time to put this matter to a vote. Hayashi-sama, requested Naruto with pleading eyes, there is one last thing I wish to say, if I could. Very well, son. You have the floor, agreed the man with a gesture of his hand. Arigato, thanked Naruto as he turned toward the council. I just wanted to make it clear. I love Hinata, and I want to spend the rest of my life with her. I'm not asking in order to gain any political standing or status, and I have no ulterior motive. You are her family and I respect that, all I want is for Hinata to be happy. Which is why I would also like to request that all these proceedings to be considered null and void in the event dash. Naruto then swallowed hard, fighting back the lump that suddenly appeared in his throat. That Hinata-sama rejects my proposal. Many of the council members who knew Hinata personally, either scoffed at the ridiculous notion or simply shook their heads. Most of the elders though, simply looked disgusted that Naruto had even uttered such an emotionally driven request. But Hayashi, he only smiled. This was the final bit of proof he needed that this boy truly was deserving of his daughter's love. Yes, how very honorable, uttered the head elder in a condescending tone. All those against, raise your hands, now. Unsurprisingly, Hana, the head elder, and many of the older members of the council raised their hands. But, Hayashi was rather surprised by the fact that there were quite a few who hadn't. And all those for the request, stated Hayashi as he, Ko and several others in the room raised their hands. It would seem, Otosan, that we have a tie, stated Hayashi turning to his father in victory. And since the head of the main house decides in this event dash. But you have already voted, countered his father quickly. And since everyone else in the room has as well, I'm afraid dash. Bang! Went the front doors to the hall as they exploded into splinters and bits of paper. The rest of the ninjas in the room instantly leapt into defensive positions, but there was no need. The dust cleared, leaving a rather angry-looking Hanabi standing there as she quickly fixed her hair and kimono. There is still one person left who has yet to vote, and since I am the next in line as head of this clan, I believe that decision falls to me, she stressed and then approached the main table, while sneaking Naruto a quick wink as she passed. Before the council had assembled, Naruto had told Hanabi what was going on. Hayashi later discovered that Naruto had bugged the room beforehand so that she would be able to hear what was going on from her room. It would seem that the cavalry had arrived just in time. How dare you barge in like this, exclaimed Hayashi's father. You were barred from these proceedings for a reason, young lady. In case you didn't notice, elder. I did not vote in the main meeting. But in the event of a tie, the head of the family, the acting head, or a main family member who didn't vote may break the tie. And since I am the only one left to vote, my decision will stand. Why you dash? And my vote is, yes. Several younger members of both the main and branch families stood up and started clapping and cheering. Hanabi then rushed over to Naruto and gave him a big hug while laughing, I'm so happy for you too. The majority of the elders simply got up in disgust and left the room, while a few others stuck around to speak with Hayashi and congratulate Naruto. It had been a hard fight, but ultimately, they had won. Hayashi approached the blonde and enthusiastically shook his hand. Well done, son. Naruto's first part of his big mission was now complete. But he still had a lot of things to prepare in order to make sure that his proposal to Hinata would be one that she would never forget. To be continued. Author's notes: well guys, I warned you, the wait for new chapters on this will be long. But I'll try to at least get one out a month if not more. Oh, and just so you know, the cover pic and the style I drew it in will play a part in the story, so LOL. I hope you like it. Please remember to read, fave, and/or review. Because they help inspire me to write faster. Winky face. Thank you to everyone who has already done so. They really all bring me so much joy. Thanks again, and I'll write more as soon as I can. Flights of Youthful Fancy. Disclaimer: so yeah, I don't own Naruto. Sorry for the long wait on this chapter guys, but I did warn you. Just a lot of life crap going on. Anyway, so someone last chapter asked if there was going to be a lot less humor in this story when compared to, yes, Naruto. Everyone knew. Well, yes and no. I'm pulling back on the humor reins a bit to start with. I know the first 2 chapters really didn't have a lot, but that's just because of how the overall story outline fell into place. But starting with this chapter, it's very much back. So hang on to your hats and enjoy. Flights of Youthful Fancy. Guy and Lee knew Naruto was going to propose when they happened upon him visiting Niji's grave. The pair, seeing that Naruto was already there, quickly dove out of sight and hid behind a few conveniently placed tombstones. What do we do, Guy-sensei? Asked Lee, peeking hesitantly over at their preoccupied friend. Naruto seems to be in the middle of an important conversation with Niji right now. Muttered Guy, assessing the situation. It might be best for us to leave for now. But Guy-sensei, how are we going to do that without being noticed? Your wheelchair is still sitting in the middle of the path. Lee pointed to the toppled-over device with one of its appended wheels spinning. Guy's sweat dropped. Yes, my dear student. That does seem to pose a problem. Perhaps we should dash, but before Lee could finish his suggestion, Guy clamped a hand over his young protégé's mouth. Lee raised one of his bushy brows in question, but his sensei simply shook his head, placed a hushing finger to his lips. The pair then quietly focused in on what Naruto was saying. I'm so glad I told you first, laughed Naruto at the gravestone in front of him. The Hyuga Council actually agreed, can you believe that? This statement made both Guy and Lee raise their bushy brows up at one another. Naruto had asked the council for something? What on earth was that about? But I kinda get the feeling some of that might have been influenced by you, so thanks for the help. This made the snooping duo smile sadly. Naruto then playfully smacked his leg, letting out a very undignified snort. The expression on their faces was priceless. Guy and Lee glanced at each other a little ashamed at their actions. Maybe they should just leave. So it's official, he continued, giving the tombstone a megawatt smile and a big thumbs up. I have their permission to ask Hinata to marry me. Databao. ACK, simultaneously croaked Guy and Lee as their jaws hit the floor. They quickly ducked back down into their hiding place. The two then turned and simply stared at one another in shock. Guy-sensei. Can you believe it? Lee's eyes began to tear up with joy. Niji is most certainly smiling down on us at this moment. Hi, Lee. I truly believe he is, agreed Guy as waterfalls of tears began to stream down his cheeks. He placed a supportive hand on Lee's shoulder. Lee. Ji-sensei. The duo cried out in happiness and began hugging each other with very youthful enthusiasm. After a few moments, they let one another go and started drying their eyes. This is most wonderful news, isn't it, Guy-sensei? Asked Lee with a bit of a sniffle. Indeed it is. Guy nodded in agreement, his grin a mile wide. I am certain Naruto is putting all his youthful energy into making it quite the event for our dear Hinata. Huh. Said Lee, bringing his hand up to his chin in thought. I wonder, sensei, how Naruto plans to propose to her. A crow suddenly flew over their heads going, caw. Caw. Ah. Lee. Guy sighed, stretching a supportive arm around his student's shoulders. See, things of this nature must be done with subtlety. We then flash to the scenario playing out in Guy's head. The animation has become very soft and romantic. Guy is dressed as Naruto, complete with a blonde wig, making his very bushy brows even more prominent. Someone dressed as Hinata is shyly hiding their face as the pair walk across a moonlit bridge. The person playing Hinata shivers, saying, "Oh my. I knew I should have worn my jacket tonight," in a super high-pitched, overly dramatic voice. "Here my dear, allow me," offers Guy Naruto as he removes his jacket and gracefully drapes it over Hinata's shoulders. Tee-hee-hee, laughs Hinata as the wig slips a bit, revealing a rather similar set of bushy brows. How kind. The pair then slowly continue walking under the night sky, when suddenly, snap, Hinata's high heel gets caught in a crack in the pavement and breaks. The horror. "Oh no. My ankle," gasps Lee. I mean Hinata as she looks up at Guy Naruto with round, tear-filled eyes. "Ah. Fear not, my lady," exclaims Guy Naruto as he flashes her a good guy pose and teeth sparkle. "For I shall carry you the rest of the way." Guy Naruto uses his most honorable and chivalrous strength to pick Lee Hinata up in his arms bridal style. He then proceeds to continue walking across the bridge. "Oh, Naruto-kun." Lee Hinata gasps as she shyly hides her face in Guy Naruto's shoulder. "You don't have to go through all this trouble. I can still walk." "Think nothing of it says Guy Naruto as he raises one hand to stop her apologies and in turn, ends up dropping Lee Hinata on her ass. The pair end up tumbling to the ground together, exaggeratedly laughing at their silliness. They then sit up and stare at the full moon glowing above them. Eventually, Lee Hinata shyly squeaks out, "Thank you for your most youthful help, Naruto-kun. I don't know what I'd do without you." Guy Naruto takes the opportunity to grab her hands in his. "Then allow me always be here for you, Hinata-chan. Let us explore the depths of our youthful love together as husband and wife. So that its spring blossoms might fill all those around us with joy." "Naruto-kun." Lee Hinata exclaims as she dramatically pretends to faint in Guy Naruto's arms. "Oh geez. Not again," exclaims Guy Naruto as he sweat drops. The scene ends with him gently shaking her to wake up so that he can get an answer. We cut back to Lee looking at Guy with a doubtful frown. "I don't know, Guy-sensei," said Lee uncertainly. "That sounded a little too subtle. Especially for Naruto-kun." Fair point," admitted Guy with a look of deep thought. "Then what do you think will happen?" Lee's eyes light up with bright youthful determination. "Naruto and Hinata are both ninjas after all. So I believe it will take place during one of their most daring and important missions." The scene then shifts again, only this time to an explosive battlefield. The animation style has also changed, the character outlines are now dark and harsh. And all the colors are dull and kinda gritty. This time Lee is dressed as Naruto and Guy is Hinata. The duo are on a dangerous mission through enemy territory. You see them fighting back to back against hordes of ninjas with question marks on their forehead protectors. The two are of one mind as they dodge and counter attacks. They are holding their own, but are quickly becoming overwhelmed. "Looks like we have no choice, Kurama. I need a distraction," yells Lee Naruto as he pulls out a small stuffed fox from his jacket and throws it at their question-marked enemies. The ninjas scream in horror, desperately fleeing from the adorable children's toy. Naruto snatches up Guy Hinata's hand and the pair hastily escape into the depths of the forest. "Your sacrifice shall not be forgotten, my dear friend," cries Naruto as you hear squeaky toy noises from afar and bits of cotton fluff fly in the air. As they run, Guy Hinata suddenly lets out a painful gasp and falls to her knees. Naruto's eyes go wide when he notices the ketchup smear that is applied to her side. "You must complete the mission without me, Naruto-kun. It is your duty as a ninja," says Guy Hinata dramatically as she holds out one of Tenten's cooking supply scrolls as if it's an important missive. Naruto takes the scroll carefully into his hands, weighing it like a great burden. He then safely stashes it away. "I shall, Hinata-chan, but not until I know you are safe." Naruto picks up Guy Hinata on his back and runs off into the forest. "We do not have time for this," counters Guy Hinata, pretending to try and break free of Naruto's grip. "You must fulfill your honorable duty as a shinobi of the leaf." "No," he says steadfastly, turning to stare into Guy Hinata's eyes. "Not before I fulfill my duty to you. Use your Byakugan to find a secure hiding place," suggests Naruto with an air of determination. "Once you are settled, I shall leave." "Very well," concedes Guy Hinata as she slips on a pair of glasses with Byakugan eyes painted on them. There. A cave. Guy Hinata proceeds to direct Naruto to its location. Once completely hidden away, Naruto gently lays her down on a bed of leaves. Guy Hinata places both hands to the ketchup stain, making swish swish chakra healing noises. Next, Naruto begins to unpack their supplies. "No. I won't need that much," protests Guy Hinata, still holding her hands over the red mark. "I'm not wounded that badly. You will require the rest for the mission." "I will be fine," refutes Naruto. "As long as you remain safe." "What are you saying? I must go now." "But I shall return," exclaims Naruto with an over-the-top flourish. "And when I do, would you do me the honor of becoming my bride?" Guy Hinata pretends to blush and shyly glance off to the side. "Hi," she answers with a whisper, while clearly trying not to faint. "Very well, I will keep my shinobi promise if you keep yours." Naruto then flashes her the good guy pose, while grinning like a maniac. "But wait," says Guy Hinata as the Byakugan glasses once again appear over her eyes. "There are too many of the enemy out there now. Why you cannot leave? Please, at least stay the night." Guy Hinata lifts up the glasses frames and gives a wink. Her fake tits then suddenly start jiggling independently of one another. "Well. The scene abruptly cuts back to Guy looking disgusted with a giant sweat drop over his head. "Huh? What's wrong?" asked with a confused blink. "I think you've been reading too many of Sai's new graphic Ika novels," confessed Guy-sensei. Not that he had ever read any of the vulgar things himself, mind you. Somewhere Kakashi was giggling his head off knowing that's not true. Gasped scandalized. "Guy-sensei. I would never." "You know what I think?" interrupted a gruff voice from overhead, making both Guy and suddenly break out in cold sweats. Oh, we are so busted," thought the pair as they slowly turned around to confront the very annoyed face of their friend Naruto. "Oh, what's that?" croaked out as he tried to hide the fact that he was shaking. "That you two need a new hobby, Databeo," the blonde angrily finished with a glare and a sold smack to both their heads. "Hi," agreed as shame lines appeared over both him and Guy. "We were coming to visit Niji-kun, when we noticed you were already here and Yeah, I already know all that," said Naruto, waving it off. "I sensed you two wackos the second you arrived. Remember? Toad. Sage powers? Oh yeah," grumbled the pair ashamedly. "Forgot about that. Well, no harm done, I suppose." Naruto sighed and lightly shook his head. But if I could make a suggestion? Guy and Lee glanced at each other questioningly, and then back up at Naruto. Of course, responded Guy, curious as to what the blonde had in mind. How about instead of daydreaming about my proposal, the two of you help me plan it? Are you serious, Naruto-kun? Asked Lee as tears started flowing down both their faces like waterfalls. You truly are the living embodiment of youth, declared Guy as he then tried to grab Naruto's leg into a hug. Gah! Cut it out, you two. It's not that big of a deal. The blonde quickly dodged and ran away from the pair. Lee then started chasing Naruto around to give him a great hug of thanks because Guy couldn't. But Naruto-kun, allow me to share our eternal gratitude with you, cried the youthful green beast as he continued his diligent pursuit of his target. Arg! Lee! Get the hell away from me. I don't want it. Naruto had a feeling he might regret this, but it was better than leaving them to their own wild ideas, right? And so, one more piece of Naruto's grand plan fell into place. But will it all come off like he hopes? Or will it be a disaster of Kaguya proportions? Only time would tell. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow. That went to a lot of weird places. But I think it all really fit in well with Guy's and Lee's usual gags from the show. See, humor's back, baby. XD pretty much, some chapters will be more humor-focused while others might turn out serious. It all depends on where the story takes me. Oh, and for people who were wondering. Yes, the crow is the Aho bird from the anime and the manga. I wanted to add him in because I love it, but I also wanted it to be a bit more subtle, so I just call it a crow. And next time, Naruto reveals his plans to Iruka, Kakashi, Tsunade, and the rest of Naruto's noodle family. How will all that go? All this and more next time. Please remember to read and review. Ramen Mayhem. Disclaimer, seriously, at this point guys, you should know I don't own Naruto. Welcome to another crazy chapter, boys and girls. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Hope you enjoy. Ramen Mayhem. The sexy librarian, Kasumi-chan, bent over to retrieve an extremely heavy book that had fallen to the floor. Her sensual heart-shaped bottom thrust upwards as she struggled with this most distressing plight. Kakashi-sama? At just the right moment, a slight wind happened to blow from the small fan mounted upon her desk. The gust tousled her form-fitting skirt, causing it to creep higher above her thigh. Kakashi. Thereby granting the impressive ninja the honor of beholding the glory that was Kakashi. Her panties. Ayam had finally had enough and tried to snatch the dirty novel away from Kakashi. But as usual, the silver-haired man had beaten her to it. What? He whined to his friend's wife. I was just getting to the good part. The woman simply rolled her eyes and placed his bowl of ramen down in front of him. Your food's ready, you creepy old perv. Chan didn't work his butt off to make this for you for nothing. Tucci glared at the sixth Hokage as he began to clean up the kitchen. Are you insulting my cooking by allowing it to cool, Kakashi-sama? Kakashi immediately sweat dropped. It was not wise to anger Tucci, ever. It was a single truth that was known unanimously throughout the entire village, and maybe even the 5 ninja nations. My apologies, Tucci-sama, stated Kakashi with a small bow of his head. I will not let it go to waste. And with that, he hastily grabbed up his chopsticks. Tucci and Ayam eyed him threateningly for a few more moments before finally going back to their work. No wonder Naruto calls him Arokage, muttered Ayam as she checked the time. Better feed Shachi-kun before the rush starts. She then went into the back room to check on her son. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief as he broke the chopsticks in half and prepared to eat his meal. As he moved to pull down his mask, he noticed a pair of inquisitive brown eyes watching him. "Yes, Nori-chan?" asked the silver-haired man with upturned eyes. "Is there something that you wanted?" Nori squeaked and dove out of her hiding place and ran back into the kitchen. Wonder what that was about," pondered aloud Kakashi with a confused blink. "Oh that," answered Ayam as she came out holding Shachi-kun. "Some kids dared her yesterday to find out what you looked like under your mask. Apparently, it still causes the youth of today mystery and wonder." "You don't say," said Kakashi wickedly, as ideas of how he could use this against the brats in Irika's ninja class went flying through his mind. "And speaking of the brown-haired devil, oh. Hi, Kakashi," he announced in surprise. "I didn't know you were stopping by today." Irika pushed back the flags and sat on the stool to the right of the Hokage. "Well, I actually wasn't planning to," confessed the silver-haired man, eyeing Irika suspiciously. "But Naruto asked if I'd meet him here for lunch, so here I am." Irika glanced at both Ayam and Tucci curiously, but they too seemed to be just as baffled he was. "Naruto wanted me to come as well. Didn't mention you were coming by though." Kakashi's eyes narrowed. "That is odd. Especially since lately he's been completely obsessed with Hinata's bento lunches, and I was pretty sure she was making him one today." "Yes, it is rather strange. Isn't it?" commented Tsunade as she and Shizune along with Taunton entered the ramen stand. "Tsunade-sama," everyone said in surprise. It wasn't weird for either of the two women to eat at Ichiraku's, but for all of them to be there on the same day? You see, Kakashi knew Naruto was going to propose when the blonde told the rest of his eccentric family. Poof! Exploded a cloud of smoke in front of the ramen stand. All the ninja inside were immediately on their feet ready to fight. "It appears that we arrived precisely on time, my youthful student." "So it would seem, Gai-sensei." When the smoke cleared, both Guy and Lee were suddenly there dressed up in black suits and sunglasses. They even had their old earbud radios on, looking like a pair of rejects from the Secret Service. Everyone's sweat dropped as they stared at the dynamic duo. Except Nori-chan, who chose that moment to come back out of the kitchen gasping, "Oh, boy. Tu-chan. Can I play dress-up, too?" The strange men ignored her comment, choosing instead to put their fingers to their ears and speak into their mics. "Are all party members accounted for?" "Over." "Hi, Gai-sensei. It seems all the guests have arrived. Should I secure the perimeter?" "Over." Guys?" Shizune asked, knowing that it was probably going to be pointless. "You do know that you don't have to use the mics, you're standing right beside one another." But both men simply ignored her. "Indeed, proceed Lee." "Over," approved Guy with a nod as his student pulled out a giant roll of caution tape and got right down to work. Within the matter of a few confused blinks, the entire stand had been closed off from the public. Complete with security tarp and cautionary signs flashing, "Go away, restricted area," and "This has nothing to do with a declaration of love." "Perimeter secure, Gai-sensei," declared Lee with a salute when he was finished. "Over." "Well done," congratulated Guy as he declared into the mic, "The natto is floating. Repeat, the natto is floating. We await your arrival, Firefox." Over. Needless to say, Tucci was none too pleased with this. "What in the name of the Hokages, do you two think you're doing? It's lunchtime and I've got a bunch of hungry customers to feed." Tucci growled as he advanced on the crazy pair, ready to bash both their skulls in with his ladle. It was then that Guy and Lee once again became aware of their surroundings. The duo simultaneously gulped. Gai-sensei. I believe we may have angered him." Over. "Hi, Lee. This isn't good." Over. But before Tucci could turn them both into stew, Naruto arrived at the scene, walking very warily into the tarp cover restaurant. "Hey, guys. I think you overdid it a bit on the, oh boy, touchy. I'm sorry. This is all my bad. Please don't kill them," the blonde begged the second he took in everything that was going on. Tucci shot the green beasts one last glare before turning his ire onto the blonde. "You have 10 seconds to explain, and this had better be important, son." Hi. Naruto agreed with a sweat drop as he shoved Guy and Lee back outside. "I'll deal with you two later. Just stay outside and guard the stand, okay? And if Hinata comes by, the code is cinnamon rolls. Got it? Cinnamon rolls. We shall carry out this secret mission with due diligence, Naruto-kun," stated Lee with another salute as Naruto shoved both of them back outside with a heavy sigh. "I knew I was going to regret this," the blonde lamented as he turned back to face his family. Iruka then cleared his throat and asked the question that was clearly on everyone's minds. So Naruto? Care to explain all this?" The blonde blushed furiously as he realized just what he was about to tell them. "Well, he said embarrassedly. "This is, kinda hard for me to say." "Oh, just spill it, Naruto." "We haven't got all day," grumbled Tsunade, who was getting pretty hungry and annoyed by this point. "Okay. Here it goes. I gathered all of you together in order to tell you that I've decided to dash. Naruto, my ramen is getting cold." "Out with it already," demanded Kakashi as his stomach growled. "Would you all just shut up already and listen to me?" yelled Naruto at the top of his lungs. "I'm trying to tell you that I'm going to ask Hinata to marry me." Everyone simply froze upon hearing this and stared at Naruto in wide-eyed shock. "That is until. Huzzah. I knew you had it in you, kid." "Pay up, Kakashi," exclaimed Tsunade as she rushed forward and grabbed Naruto in a mightily enthusiastic bear hug. "Oh, son of a dash," the sixth Hokage grumbled as he reached into his wallet for the cash to give Shizune. "When I find out who told you about inheriting your gambling curse, I'm gonna dash." "Way to go, Naruto. I'm so happy for you," congratulated Shizune as she quickly pocked the money Kakashi handed her. Tucci wiped at his eyes and spun Shachi-kun in a circle as Nori danced around them singing, "He did it. He did it." Guys, I haven't tried adding in Naruto as Iruka came up and patted him on the back. "I'm so glad you found someone to spend the rest of your life with, Naruto-kun," stated Iruka with a smile. "Guys, I'm very happy for you, too," interjected Kakashi as he recovered from once again having his wallet bled dry. "I knew it was going to happen one of these days, just not so soon." "So where are you going to have the wedding then?" asked excitedly. "Oh, yes," added Shizune with Tauntaun oinking happily beside her. "I bet it will be outdoors. You both love nature so much." Tsunade stared, giving his blonde hair a sisterly noogie at this point. He. Yeah. And picture this scraggly brat all dressed up. Oh, it's going to be glorious. It was then that Naruto finally had enough and shoved Tsunade away. "Guys. Listen to me, will you? I haven't asked her yet," the blonde stressed. She could still, say no." This caused everyone to exaggeratedly snort and shake their heads. "Whatever, that's just silly talk, Naruto," giggled Nori as she immediately dismissed this possibility just like all the others. "I mean it, really." "Oh, you stop that now," scolded Tsunade as she slapped him lovingly on the back. "I never thought I would have to say this to you of all people, but have some confidence in yourself." This sent the rest of the group into a laughing fit. Naruto snorted at them and ruefully shook his head. "All right. Whatever you say, Oba-chan." Tsunade's eye twitched. "I told you to stop calling me that brat." So, Naruto, said Kakashi nervously as he whisked the blonde out of the elderly woman's grasp. Who's going to be your best man? Oh, well. I mean. I didn't want to, since Hinata hasn't stuttered out the young man having been caught off guard. Kakashi looked at him with smiling eyes. I understand, but if you choose me, I'll throw you one heck of bachelor party. Naruto's sweat dropped at that. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Besides, I was kinda hoping you would officiate over the ceremony, sensei. Oh. Sure thing. It'd be an honor. And Pakken and the other ninja dogs can participate if they want to, offered Naruto with one stipulation. But only if they promise not to sing their barber dogs songs, got it? Hi. The silver-haired man agreed, looking a little ashamed at what had transpired the last time. I'll keep them on tight leashes, promise. You'd better, said Naruto threateningly, brandishing his fist, or else they are all getting a one-way trip to spend quality time with Tonari on the freaking moon. The sixth Hokage made calming motions with his hands. Yeah, I got it. Naruto then turned to Iruka, who was gently smiling at him from off to the side. I kind of wanted to ask you this in private, confessed the blonde with a shy grin. But. Iruka-sensei, would you do me the honor of being my best man? Iruka's eyes went wide in surprise. Really, Naruto? You want, but I thought you'd chose SAS-. No, he answered with a quick shake of his head. Iruka-sensei, you have supported and guided me through all the hardships and trials I've experienced in my life. He then walked up and placed both hands on his mentor's shoulders. And I want you, no one else, to stand at my side when I finally have a moment of true happiness. Iruka's eyes filled with tears as he reached out and pulled Naruto into a brotherly hug. Of course I will, son, he whispered into Naruto's ear. I could think of no greater honor. This set Iam, Nori, Tsunade, and Shizune off, and they all started crying while Kakashi simply continued on smiling. But if someone looked close, they would see he was a little glassy-eyed too. Your boy has grown into quite the man, sensei, he whispered, hoping that the words might somehow reach Minato. After a few moments, Iruka and Naruto finally split apart and tried their best to discreetly dry their tears, without much success. Oh. And since you're here too, Oba-chan, added Naruto with a bright laugh. I was hoping that you'd be willing to, dance with me during the mother song. I told you to stop wait, what? Exclaimed Tsunade as she broke off her tirade upon realizing what exactly the blonde had said. You heard me, old woman, he grumbled, glancing away in order to try and hide his reddening face. So you gonna do it, or not? Tsunade's youthful face took on a serious frown as she walked up and stood right in front of Naruto. After a few seconds, the blonde finally glanced up at her eyes. Tsunade chose that moment to flick his forehead with her finger. Ow. Geez. You sadistic old hag. What was he loudly protested, before freezing when she reached out and lovingly placed a kiss over top. It was exactly like the one she had given him for winning the necklace, all those years ago. You bet your ass, I will, she grunted at him with a wicked grin. So be prepared for one hell of a tango. Naruto's sweat dropped at this, wondering just what the heck he had gotten himself into. Then Nori-chan chimed in, do I get to do something too? Batting her big brown eyes at him. Of course, sweetie. Naruto exclaimed, not wanting to leave the young child out. I'm sure Hinata would love to have you as her flower girl. Sweet, she happily chirped back at him. Thanks so much. I won't let you guys down. Naruto laughed at her enthusiasm. Well, if that's everything, I'd better go beefo dash. Blueberry muffins. Blueberry muffins, came the frantic cry of Lee. I mean rolls. I mean cinnamon ACK. Lee. Asterisk crash. Bang. Poof. Asterisk. Guy and Lee had somehow in their panic, ended up tripping and falling onto the tarp, which caused their entire tape-off job to collapse. Both men were now sprawled on top of a pile of debris in front of the popular noodle establishment, with spirals whirling around in their eyes. As they lay on the ground uncontrollably twitching, Hinata was revealed to be standing there, staring at them with a rather confused blink. Everyone else immediately spun around to where Naruto had just been, only to find a dust cloud from a dispersed clone remaining. This caused them all to let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the blonde had gotten away just in the nick of time. Hello everyone, said Hinata politely as she took in the group oddly standing in front of the restaurant. Is something going on? What? Oh, no, reassured Tsunade without missing a beat, wrapping a comforting arm round the shorter woman's shoulders. It was just Guy and Lee being, well, Guy and Lee. Come on. Let's get you something to drink. Okay, agreed the dark-haired woman uncertainly as she and Tsunade stepped back over the still twitching pair. The group all went back to the noodle stand then and had some well-deserved lunch. They all had a great time laughing over sake and ramen. Afterwards, Hinata found herself saddened that Naruto had missed out on such a wonderful event. But she knew that it would all right, because there were many more like it to come. And so, another group has been made aware of Naruto's intentions. Will his plans ultimately succeed in the end? Only time will tell. To be continued. Author's notes, bwahaha. Well, I met my goal to get out 2 chapters for you guys this month. That was a really fun one to write. Hope you all enjoyed it. And now, next time. Does anyone want a little Temari and Shikamaru to spice up your life? Well, they find out next chapter. Happy Thanksgiving, again, everybody. Please remember to read, fave, and review. It fuels my crazy muse. Feed the muse. XD. The games we play. Disclaimer, I know nothing. I own nothing. You sue, and you will get nothing. Anyway, this is written for all the fans out there, it's all just for fun. And now, on with the Temari/Shikamaru part of the FIC. Oh, and shogi is pretty much the Japanese chess game we used to see Asuma and Shikaku play with Shikamaru. That's all you really need to know for the FIC. The games we play. Temari thoughtfully lifted her knight or keima from the shogi board. So, you haven't told me yet. What do you think about it? Shikamaru glanced up from the game and stared at the kunoichi curiously. A few years ago, the pair decided to start playing shogi whenever Temari came to town. Honestly, she was the best opponent Shikamaru had faced since the death of his father. She gave him no slack even though they were friends, and even less so, since they had, sort of started dating. It was all complicated and rather troublesome. The dark-haired man rubbed his brow in thought. Think about what? He repeated as Temari placed her token back on the board with a decisive click. Well, about Naruto asking Hinata to marry him, the blonde stated slyly, resting a cocky hand under her chin. What else would I be speaking of? Shikamaru, who had been studying her last move, actually jumped in surprise. He was completely taken off guard by this information. The shinobi looked up at her in shock. Naruto's going to what? You see, Shikamaru knew Naruto was going to propose, when Temari pretty much flat out told him. Oh, please, she laughed merrily at the expression on his face. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. The man simply glared in return at her condescending tone. And what, pray tell, do you believe I have missed? I mean really, it's kind of obvious, the blonde teased with a brief shrug. All the signs are there. How so? Shikamaru challenged back, lifting his bishop or kaku to steal another of Temari's pieces. The blonde woman frowned down at the game as the lazy genius removed her token. "Oh, I've noticed a lot of little things. Even my brothers have seen it." She then picked up her silver or jinsho piece and began playing with it in her hand. But the most telling was when he and Gaara were in a meeting, and a certain box lunch just magically appeared out of thin air. Temari continued on as the wooden token danced across her knuckles. Naruto then immediately called for a break. "Okay, don't see why that would be significant though," Shikamaru pointed out, while once again taking an opportunity to study the board. "It's Naruto. He thinks with his stomach almost as much as Choji." "Ah, but he didn't abruptly halt it out of hunger," she added, with a scolding shake of her finger. That's what made it all so telling. This revelation caused Shikamaru to frown. "Have you ever seen Naruto eat one of his bento lunches?" Temari inquired lightly as she finally promoted her silver piece to gold with a satisfying snap. The shinobi eyed her for a moment warily. "No, I can't say that I have. I'm normally out of the office during that time. And when we eat out, his habits have been the same. Look, don't tell Choji I said this, but it's just food. Why would it matter?" Shikamaru then made a crucial error, by moving his promoted lance or narikyo right into Temari's trap. Her delicate lips took on a thoroughly satisfied smile. "Because, to put it quite simply, it does. You should watch him sometime. I found it to be a rather enlightening experience. And by the way..." Temari paused for a second and slid over her rook or hisha. "You're in check, sweetie." "Never call me that again, even jokingly," Shikamaru said in disgust, trying to contain his shudder of revulsion. The brilliant tactician then glared back down at his pieces angrily. "But back to Naruto, you're going to watch him, right?" she asked with an almost curious purr. "Fine," the man ultimately agreed with a sigh. "I'll be sure to keep an eye out for him and his lunches. But only to prove that you are reading far too much into them." "Whatever you say, Shika." "Whatever you say," Temari replied with a slight shake of her head. The dark-haired man then turned his full attention back to the board. "I will admit, you have me in a tough spot now, but I won't give up." The kunoichi cackled wickedly in her seat across from him. "I know, and I truly wouldn't have you any other way." Shikamaru glanced up, hearing the sincerity buried deep within her words. "The feeling is mutual. Rather troublesome, isn't it?" Temari merely laughed again and stated, "Yes, indeed." Several days passed before Shikamaru found the opportunity to witness the spectacle Temari had described. The dark-haired shinobi was in the Hokage office, filling out paperwork for a mission that he and Naruto had recently returned from. When, swish! A beautifully wrapped bento box suddenly appeared on the table before them. "Huh," thought Shikamaru with a smirk, "looks like Sasuke has started to become less reclusive as of late, interesting." The brilliant man filed away that fact for later, as Naruto then burst out, "It's here. Awesome. Arokage? Can we have a lunch break now?" Kakashi's eye twitched. "I told you to stop dash." I'm kind of hungry myself, Kakashi-sama," interrupted Shikamaru, hoping to circumvent the oncoming fight. He had been waiting for this chance for a while, and the ninja wasn't going to let it slip by. The silver-haired man raised an eyebrow at him in surprise. "Really, Shikamaru? Huh, you almost never are. Alright, both of you take an hour break." "Arigato, Hokage-sama," he responded with a polite bow and then turned to Naruto. "I brought my lunch with me today. Mind if I eat with you?" "Oh," the blonde said in surprise, since Shikamaru usually went off to hang out with Choji during this time. "Sure thing." The guys then quickly made their way to the break room situated at the other end of the hall. Naruto shuffled over to the table and sat down. Carefully, he untied the knotted handkerchief placed around the parcel. Gently, he spread out the piece of cloth so that barely a wrinkle was left behind. Next, the blonde removed the cover and slowly placed it to the side. "Hinata-chan," he exclaimed, practically gushing over the meal. "You really outdid yourself this time." Almost reverently, Naruto removed the individual pieces from the container. With a loving sigh, he took note of all the little touches Hinata had added, like the chibi faces of them placed on top of the rice. His hands caressed over everything she made, to at last touch upon the carefully wrapped pair of chopsticks. Gingerly, the blonde removed the sticks from their bindings and then grasped them readily in his hand. "Itadakimasu," he whispered to himself softly, like a prayer. And then Naruto ate a single, delicate bite. After which, he began to chew, slowly. Taking care to savor each mouthful, until every last morsel of it was gone. This was the way Naruto ate the meals Hinata so lovingly prepared. Shikamaru stared at him the entire time in slack-jawed silence. The dark-haired man loosely held a pair of cheap, splintery chopsticks in his hands. He simply blinked at his friend in utter amazement, while the store-bought lunch he had brought remained completely untouched. When Shikamaru's brain finally caught up with what exactly he was witnessing, he blurted out, "You really are planning to propose to her, aren't you?" Damn it. He hated when Temari was right. Naruto spazzed out at this sudden outburst, nearly dropping his chopsticks in shock. The hell Shikamaru," he screamed out in response. "Where? How? Did you dash?" "Yeah, I'll take that as a yes then," grumbled the brilliant shinobi in annoyance. "Dear Kami, this was going to be troublesome." "Shikamaru," said Naruto, glaring seriously at his friend, "I mean it." "How did you know?" "Because I can't risk this getting back to Hinata-chan." The dark-haired man raised his hands in a pacifying motion. "Hey! Calm down, alright? Let's just say, a rather nosy blonde kunoichi told me." "Databeo," gasped the airhead looking like he was going to hyperventilate. "Ino knows. I'm doomed." Shikamaru reflexively smacked the blonde upside the head. "Oh, cut it out. First off, no, it wasn't Ino. And secondly, even if it was, she would probably die before spoiling this for Hinata." This information seemed to help calm Naruto down. He rubbed at the sore spot on his head and glanced at the floor in shame. "You're right," mumbled the annoying brat, clearly embarrassed. "That was mean. Ino wouldn't do that. But lots of people are finding out and I'm getting a little scared that Hinata will too." Shikamaru let out a long, suffering sigh, while trying to ignore the stubborn headache forming in his temples. "Look Naruto, it was Temari, okay?" the dark-haired ninja confessed at last. "And she'd never do that, so just calm down, alright?" The spiky-haired blonde's ears instantly perked up hearing that. "Oh. Wait, hang on. So you were taking to Temari, huh?" concluded Naruto with a suggestive wiggle of his eyebrows. "Why me?" thought Shikamaru with a roll of his eyes. "For the final time. There's nothing, oh, forget it," he finished with a dismissive wave of his hand. The idiot wasn't going to believe him anyway. "Ah. Come on. Don't be like that Shikamaru," encouraged Naruto as he slipped a supportive arm around his shoulders. "You guys make a great couple, just roll with it." To this, the dark-haired shinobi let out another lengthy sigh. Only this time, it was rather solemn. Honestly, he never pictured himself in this situation before. When Shikamaru was younger, he always watched his parents bicker and fight. He just didn't understand why anyone would want to live like that. Even in his teen years, he was convinced that it was best never to fall in love at all. Love only caused problems. People, relationships, feelings, all of it, the brilliant shinobi found troublesome. Strategy and tactics were logical concepts he could quantify, understand. Sometimes it felt like he was the only one who did. In the end, Shikamaru came to the conclusion that life was pointless. So why work at it? But then, one day, he had suddenly gained a real friend. And since then, bit by bit, Shikamaru's worldview began to change, and it was all because of Choji. People, relationships, feelings, they all began to matter to him. And Choji taught him that was okay. Over time, Ino even became their go-between, since she understood both emotion and logic very well. But still, even with all the empathetic wisdom Choji and Ino had bestowed upon him, Shikamaru still believed that he would never fall in love. He just didn't have it in him. And then he met Temari. She was completely different from any other girl he had known. The blonde had an intelligence about her that was almost infuriatingly on par with his own. During the subsequent Chunin exams, the pair formed a strong bond built on mutual respect and friendship. It wasn't until after he had been trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi that Shikamaru began to ponder if maybe it was in fact more. Within the dream, he had been next to Temari watching his parents, along with Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei. For some reason, the couples were playfully bickering with one another. Why on earth did he see that? What did that mean? It wasn't until Temari risked her life to save him from Gengo in the land of silence that he truly understood. She really did cared about him. Feelings that the brilliant shinobi had never known suddenly came bubbling to the surface. But Temari had been scarred by love many times before, regardless of its form. Her odd family situation from before they even met was proof enough of that. And as for Shikamaru himself, he was still coming to terms with all these emotions equated to. So they both agreed to start out slow, and see where it developed from there. After several minutes of silence, Shikamaru finally gathered up the courage to ask, "Hey, Naruto. Can I ask you a question?" "Huh," the blonde responded with a confused blink. "Yeah, sure thing. Spill. When were you sure that Hinata was the right person for you?" Naruto began to study his friend with a small frown. "What? I mean, how do you know this is all going to work out? Not everyone that gets married stays that way. How can you be so sure that this is the right course of action?" The blonde then removed his arm from around Shikamaru, and placed his hand reverently to his chest. "Because even though my head doesn't, my heart does." The dark-haired ninja exhaled a breath in frustration. "Naruto, that isn't dash." "A guarantee," the other finished with a nod of acceptance. "But with stuff of this nature, there really isn't any other way. Just because something might fail, doesn't mean you shouldn't try." Shikamaru then looked away from his friend and began to ponder this. Naruto could clearly see that he hadn't convinced him, so he decided to take a different approach. "You know, I think about my parents sometimes and I wonder, is it really worth the risk? But then I see Kurenai-sensei, and I know she'd give anything to have Asuma-sensei back for even a day. I have a chance to spend as much time as I can with Hinata, and I plan not to waste a second of it." Shikamaru muttered to himself in thought. "But you and Temari are different people than Hinata and I are," Naruto added in, feeling that it was important. "When all's said and done, you need to do what's right for both of you." "I'll keep that in mind," agreed Shikamaru with a nod. "Arigato." "No problem. What are friends for?" he exclaimed, while nervously scratching at the back of his head. "And, speaking of being such good friends, I could kinda use some help with the proposal stuff I've got planned. See. Guy and Lee dash." "No," came the brilliant ninja's decisive answer, already knowing what Naruto was going to ask. "I'm not corralling the green-suited space cadets. It's your fault they found out, not mine." To this, Naruto pretty much got down on his knees and began to beg, "But Shikamaru. Please. They're driving me freaking crazy, Dadabayo. The dark-haired shinobi sweat dropped at the future Hokage. Oh, great Kami. I'm so going to regret this, thought Shikamaru ruefully, as he massaged his aching head. Fine. I'll do it. Yay, cheered the blonde as he immediately sprung up and began explaining his elaborate plan. Shikamaru let out a laboring sigh and simply followed along. He still wasn't sure where he and Temari might end up in a couple of years, but for right now, they were both good with taking it slow. The people in his life were all rather troublesome. But at the very least, they made it interesting. And as for Naruto and his big plans, well, only time would tell. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, there you have it. Happy holidays, everyone. Hope you enjoyed my present to you all. Also, I would like to say a quick thank you to all my anonymous reviewers. Since I can't message each of you, I will say it here, you guys are so awesome and really make my days. Okay, so. The next month or so is shaping up to be quite busy for me. So expect another slowdown in posting like there was before. I will try to have the next chapter out by the end of January, but I'm not making any promises, people. And now, next time. Ino catches Naruto gasp, shopping at a jewelry store. Ha! Take that forehead, I knew before you. All this and more, coming soon. And lastly, as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. It helps to inspire me. Thanks again. Japanese word key. Hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal, tu-chan, father, informal, ka-chan, mother. Oba-chan, granny arigato, thank you kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though, sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to believe it. It's just an exclamation like, yippee. Or huzzah. All that glitters. Disclaimer, I don't own a diddly, let alone the squat, so don't even bother asking, man. And now, the long-awaited 6th chapter. Enjoy. All that glitters. Hinata discreetly sighed for the millionth time during their lunch date, and Ino couldn't take it anymore. Okay, that's it, she declared, placing her fork down. Something is clearly bothering you, and I want to know what it is, right now. This abrupt outburst startled Hinata out of her thoughts. She blinked back at Ino in surprise. Gomen nasai. I didn't mean to be rude. You weren't, assured the blonde, gently reaching out to cover her friend's hand. But I can tell that something is deeply troubling you. Please, let me help. Ino's clear blue eyes shone with all her sincerity. Hinata bit her lip and once again glanced down at her untouched food in thought. Very well, she finally relented. I've been noticing a lot of odd occurrences lately. The dark-haired woman then proceeded to tell Ino about Guy and Lee's strange behavior every time they caught sight her. The free ramen she suddenly started receiving from Ayam and Tucci. Tsunade and Shizen popping up every now and then to offer taking her out for drinks. And lastly, the strangest thing of all, catching Shikamaru staring at her once with an almost wistful grin. When Ino heard that, her jaw nearly hit the floor, and her right eye had developed an almost involuntary twitch. So what do you think? She asked with pleading eyes, her hand nervously trembling in Ino's grip. Am I just imaging all this? Or do you think something really is going on? Ino took a deep, calming breath. If those idiots were making Hinata worry like this over nothing, she was going to skin them alive. The blonde then reached out her other hand and slammed it on the table as hard as she could. The plates rattled for a moment before she released her hold on friend and stood up with her normal fiery resolve. "Don't worry, I'll figure out what's going on." And with that, she stormed out of the restaurant with determination on her face. Ino was on the warpath. And any stupid male that got in her way was going to pay. She had already questioned Tucci at the ramen stand. His response was that they were just being nice to their second-best customer and she should leave it alone. As the blonde searched the streets for the other idiots making Hinata worry, her mind began to wander. What on earth was going on? Their behavior was all very strange, but it didn't seem bad though. It kind of reminded Ino of how everyone had been acting before her surprise birthday party last year. The thought made her let out a small laugh. Poor Hinata had avoided her for almost a month to prevent spilling the beans. It had been an amazing time. All her friends showed up. Sakura had even convinced Sasuke to make a rare appearance. "Sasuke," thought Ino with a rueful grin. It had been such a long time since she even wondered about him. How odd was that? When she was younger, not a day went by without her dreaming of what their life would be like together. But that intense crush had become nothing more than a fleeting memory now. And even though Sakura was the one who eventually ended up with him, Ino honestly felt like she was the one who had really won. Before Asuma-sensei died, he made her promise to never lose to Sakura in ninjutsu or love. She was now known as the strongest member of the Yamanaka clan. In many ways, Ino had even surpassed her father. She still missed him and Asuma-sensei so very dearly, but their losses drove her to train harder than ever before. So that no one else would have to suffer like that again. And contrary to popular belief, she hadn't let forehead win. She just outgrew Sasuke, and moved on. The person he had become was not the kind she wished to love. It was a hard reality to face, after pining for him all these years. But face it, she did. Sai was not Sasuke's replacement. Oh no. In her eyes, he was his superior. Yes, at first she had been attracted to him because his appearance reminded her of Sasuke. Ino admits that. She just has a thing for those dark, brooding, mysterious types. But as time went by, the blonde came to the realization that Sai was the embodiment of the man she had imagined Sasuke to be. His cold exterior was simply a facade, a shield, meant to keep others from getting too close. Bit by bit, Ino began to chip away at the surface, until finally, the kunoichi knew that she had struck gold. Flashback. "Ino-chan," he said hesitantly. "There is something very special I wish to share with you." The blonde instantly blushed and glanced at him in surprise. Of course, Sai-kun." He pulled out a small notebook and opened it to a specific page. Reverently, Sai then held it out for her to view. Ino carefully took the book into her hands. "It's lovely," she breathlessly responded, flipping through the pages. "But, who is the boy standing with you?" Sai raised a shaking hand to Ino's face, and gently brushed a strand of hair away. "He was my brother." "Brother? Was? You mean dash. And I want to talk to you about him and my experiences en route," added Sai with his usual fake smile. But for some reason, it didn't appear to be as forced as normal. "I wish to share all this with you, because I trust you. Will you allow me, beautiful?" Slowly, Ino leaned forward and placed a delicate peck on his cheek. "Hi," she whispered in reply and lovingly placed her head against his chest. It had taken a lot of effort, but one fateful day, the dam Sai had built around his emotions finally broke. All the love and passion that he had been holding back, just came pouring out. And he swept Ino up in it like a tidal wave. In short, they were deeply, madly, in love with one another. Honestly, she wouldn't have it any other way. Ino and Sakura now laughed at how silly they used to act over Sasuke. Some of their old rivalry still remained, but in reality, their friendship was never stronger. The blonde was immensely proud of all the people she had befriended over the years, many of whom surprised her when she thought back to their academy days. Especially, the relationship she now shared with Hinata. But Ino wasn't that gossipy little child anymore. She had grown a significant amount since then, and so had all her friends. Each member of the Koona 12 was individually precious to her, and it was well known that anyone who threatened their happiness would pay dearly. Yes, Ino had indeed become the bush clover her father had hoped for. The blonde had been so caught up in her thoughts, that somehow, she had wandered into the Konoha shopping district. Ugh! I'm an idiot, the kunoichi exclaimed with an exasperated slap to her forehead. Okay. Focus, Ino. You're on a mission for Hinata, remember? There's no way the guys would dash. It was then that her sensory skills suddenly picked up a familiar signature. Shikamaru? What the heck is he doing around here? She asked out of curiosity and decided to investigate. As Ino tracked his signal, the blonde began to pick up other ones she also knew. And for a moment, she froze in shock. Is this? Holy shit! Gai-sensei, Lee, even freaking Naruto, thought Ino in surprise. Why are all of them here? They hate shopping. Ino took off at a run when she finally traced them to a single location. And they're all here, together? What on dash? Ino's jaw dropped wide open the second she read the sign hanging over the establishment. A jewelry store dash, she began to screech, but immediately clamped a hand over her mouth and ducked for cover as Guy and Lee made a sudden appearance. The pair seemed to be guarding the entryway to the store. They were both wearing black suits and sunglasses, causing the occasional passerby to give them an odd glance. Perimeter secure, Gai-sensei. Over, yelled Lee into what appeared to be a headset, even though Guy was sitting in his wheelchair right next to him. Excellent work, Lee, he responded in the same manner. Over. Lee gave him a quick nod of acknowledgement. Arigato, sensei. No one shall leave or enter without our knowledge. This information caused Ino to sweat drop. How on earth was she going to get past those two yahoos and figure out what was going on? Just then, luck smiled upon her. Shikamaru chose that moment to slam the door to the jewelry store open so hard that it hit Lee right in the face. Ow! The bushy-browed young man cried, clutching his nose in pain. That hurt, Shikamaru-kun. Over. The brilliant shinobi sighed in irritation. Why are you two standing out here? I told you to check around and then lay low. You guys aren't being the slightest bit discreet. In fact, I'd say you're drawing more attention to us. This is the main entrance of the building, defended Lee as Gai-sensei nodded in agreement. It is the best possible location to be on the lookout for our friends. Over. Stop saying, over. It's annoying and pointless. Shikamaru growled, having finally come to the end of his patience. Lee. Suggested Guy diplomatically, when he realized they were now treading on very thin ice. Maybe we should dash. Alas, the ever-oblivious shinobi completely missed his dear teacher's warning. Instead, he chose to salute his friend and say, "Very well, Commander." Oops. That's it. After a week of dealing with him, Shikamaru had finally snapped and tackled Lee to the ground. Gah! Man down. Over. Repeat. Man down. The pair tumbled in a cloud of dust and rolled away from the door. When Guy wheeled over to break up the fight, Ino saw her opportunity and took it. She used every ounce of Asuma-sensei's stealth training to sneak her way past the three distracted ninjas, who were now drawing a rather large crowd, and slid through the open doorway undetected. She then immediately ducked down behind the nearest glass display case and began to scan the area. It didn't take long for her to locate and identify Naruto, who was clearly looking at engagement rings. And that's when Ino knew Naruto was planning to propose. She could barely contain her squeal of joy. But Ino did, because the kunoichi couldn't be caught at this most crucial of moments. For you see, her shopping senses had started tingling. She could tell just by the movements of the seller behind the counter, that the man was trying to peddle their classic, name brand, dime a dozen ring. And the poor blonde was falling for the owner's ploy, hook, line, and sinker. This travesty must not stand. A crow could then be seen flying past the window behind her going, caw. Caw. Ino's hands automatically formed her family's seal and set her sights on the unsuspecting salesperson. Mind transfer jutsu, she whispered, and with the hoot of a owl, her consciousness took immediate control. I don't know, Naruto sighed as he forlornly stared down at the jewelry case. I've never been good at this kind of thing. Maybe I should have asked Sakura or Ino to come. Duh, should have thought of that earlier, Nimrod, muttered Ino to herself in the man's body. What was that? Asked Naruto as he glanced back up with a confused blink. Ino instantly backpedaled with a nervous sweat drop. Oh, nothing. Just, yes, female friends are usually good sources of information on this sort of thing. This caused Naruto blush and quickly avert his eyes. Well, I kinda wanted to pick it out on my own. You know, so that it came directly from me. Oh, hell. That's adorable. I can't stay mad at him now, thought Ino as she let out a wistful sigh. She'll love whatever one you pick. And it wouldn't mean any less if you allow your friends to help. In fact, it might even mean more. But in the end, it's your decision. We can special order the ring and create whatever design you'd like. Really? Exclaimed the blonde as his blue eyes sparkled with light. But wait, that's not what you said earlier. You told me girls are really particular about this stuff and that I should go with what's in fashion right now. Naruto began to squint at the shop owner in a suspicious manner. I changed my mind. Ino declared nervously as she made the man grab a pen and a piece of paper. Come up with something that represents both you and Hinata. The band can be molded into any form you want, and don't feel obligated to purchase diamonds. Just because it's the most expensive and traditional stone doesn't mean you have to. Choose things you feel best represent you both and we'll go from there. At this point, Naruto's curious look became a rather perturbed glare. Shikamaru, Lee, and Guy, he hissed while raising his finger to what Ino just realized was a earbud. Get your asses in here, now. Two of the aforementioned skilled shinobi came rushing into the jewelry store, and halted in attention at Naruto's side. The blonde turned to address them, and froze in surprise. The hell happened to you? Shikamaru and Lee stood there looking rather battered and bruised, while Guy was still fighting to get through the doorway with a bent wheel. It's not my fault, defended Shikamaru. Lee dash. I don't care, the future Hokage interrupted. We have an intruder. Find her, now. This made Ino jump in surprise. How had Naruto figured it out? The blonde, noticing the owner's apparent confusion, irately explained, I still have my sage powers, Ino. I know it's you. Busted, she thought, still in control of the salesman's body. Forgot he's chakra sensitive now. Naruto gave her a foxy grin, knowing full well what was coming next. Firefox. Over. We have located. Oh, no, Shikamaru groaned with a facepalm. This is going to be troublesome. Lee then reached down and started violently shaking Ino's lifeless body in an attempt to wake her up. Ino-chan. You must arise. My friend, are you harmed? Are you in need of medical dash? Wham! The second Ino found herself back in her body, she let Lee have it with her killer left hook. This sent the bushy-browed man, along with his black sunglasses, flying. As he lay there twitching on the ground, Ino dangerously said, "Never do that again." Shikamaru rolled his eyes to the heavens. "Ino, what the heck are you doing here?" Well. The blonde woman then proceeded to explain to the others why she had been searching for them in the first place. After much explanation, debate, and deep bows of apology to the store owner, the group decided to finish what they had originally come there to do. "Oh. Forehead is going to be so jealous I got to help you pick out the ring." Ino squealed, just picturing the look on Sakura's face. Naruto sweat dropped, imagining it as well. "Hi, but, really. Thanks for your help, Ino. I just hope Hinata loves it as much as I do." "Oh, don't worry about that," dismissed the blonde woman with a careless wave. "Anyway, I had better be off to put Hinata's concerns to rest. It was fun, boys. I should take you lot shopping more often." The pain-filled groans from the men showed that they did not share her enthusiasm. Ino, barely croaked Naruto as she was about to exit the store. "Just remember to dash." The kunoichi merely gave him a playful wink. "Don't worry, honey. My lips are sealed." And with that, she turned and headed outside with a smile of content. As Ino approached the Hyuga household, Hinata could already be seen rushing through the main gate to meet her. "Ino," she exclaimed and ran to her friend. "Did you dash?" The blonde woman placed both her hands on Hinata's shoulders. "Everything is fine. Tsunade-sama was right. Guy and Lee are being, well, Guy and Lee. And everyone else is just trying to make up for their stupidity." "Thank goodness," said Hinata with a sigh of relief. "But are you sure, Dash?" Ino tightened her grip in reassurance. "Hinata, do you trust me?" Of course," she stuttered back in surprise. "Then believe me when I say that there is nothing for you to worry about. You'll know what's going on soon enough. Simply trust in your friends, and everything else will turn out fine." Tears filled Hinata's gentle lavender eyes as she responded, "Hi." The two women then shared a hug, knowing that they would always have each other's backs, no matter what life threw at them. Another of Naruto's special friends knows the secret. As more people find out, the stakes become higher. Will our blonde hero succeed in the end? Or will it all fall apart around him? Only time will tell. To be continued. Author's notes, there you have it, guys. A brand new chapter. I was really channeling what I like about Rarity from My Little Pony for this one because I think she and Ino are similar in a lot of ways. Anyway, hope you enjoyed it. And now, next time. I'm sure some of you are like, there's very little direct Naruhina in this romance piece. I need it, mists. Where is it? Well, fret no longer. Because a nice chunk of it is coming up next. As observed through the eyes of Choji. The Art of the Meal, next time. Expect it sometime at the end of January or next month. I'll let you guys know. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key. Hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal, Tuchan, dad, informal, Ka-chan, mother. Obachan, granny arigato, thank you kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing. Gomen nasai, I'm sorry Gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though, sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to "believe it." It's just an exclamation like, "Yippee!" or "Huzzah!" The art of the meal. Disclaimer: yeah, I got nothing. And I own nothing. A peace out. Beware, there are cotton candy, teeth-rotting amounts of romantic Naruhina fluff in this chapter to make up for the lack of it so far. So please enjoy. Now on with the FIC. The art of the meal. Choji thought it a little odd when Shikamaru suggested eating at Ichiraku's that Saturday. Normally, they went there during the week. But for some reason, his best friend seemed rather insistent on visiting the stand that day. The large man couldn't help but speculate on what his friend found so important. Was there a big lunch special that Choji wasn't aware of? Or was Tsuchi-san experimenting with a new menu item, and only serving it that day? Oh. Maybe they were having another ramen eating contest. He had been itching to test his consumption skills against Hinata-chan again. "Oi! What are you two doing here?" called out Naruto as they approached the restaurant, shooting them both a suspicious glare. Hinata, who was seated next to him, hid a breathy laugh behind her hand. It was well known that Naruto got very defensive whenever his friends caught wind of his and Hinata's dates, ever since the chaos they had wrought the first time. "Calm down," said Shikamaru with a dismissive gesture. "Choji and I came to get some lunch. We aren't here to intrude. So just ignore our starving asses and pretend we're not here." Naruto gave the pair another wary glance before Ayame popped up from behind the counter brandishing her ladle. "Naruto! Stop intimidating our customers." The blonde immediately sweat-dropped and leaned back to avoid getting bopped on the head. "Gomen nasai. It won't happen again," he immediately apologized, bowing his head in shame. The two friends then walked forward and took the empty seats to the left of Naruto. Next, Choji began to stare intently at the menu. It seemed that the stand was serving its usual fare for the season. So why then had Shikamaru been so insistent that they come here? Just as he and Shikamaru ordered, Tsuchi said, "Orders up," and placed Naruto and Hinata's food down in front of them. "Yosh! It always smells so good. Doesn't it, Hinata-chan?" Naruto exclaimed, sniffing the bowl. "Hi," she chipperly agreed, taking a huge whiff as well. "Tsuchi-san makes so many wonderful kinds of ramen, it is so very hard to choose." Her glowing compliment made the elderly man blush like a schoolboy. "You are too kind, Hinata-chan. Now, eat up you too. Before it gets cold." At Tsuchi's encouragement, both Naruto and Hinata instantly reached out for the jar of chopsticks. Their hands brushed together for a moment, causing them both to turn bright red. Naruto seized the opportunity by snatching up Hinata's hand, gently bringing it to his lips, and then kissing it. His actions made Hinata softly giggle as she removed her hand from Naruto's grasp and gave him a playful shove. "Oh, you!" Hinata then reached out her delicate hand and took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the jar. "One for you," she said merrily, handing a set to Naruto. "And one for me." "Okay," the blonde enthusiastically declared with fire burning in his eyes, as he unwrapped them. "On the count of 3. Together they simultaneously started counting down, as they had done 1,000 times before. It was wonderful to see the young couple still take great enjoyment out of doing the simplest thing. 1, 2, 3. Asterisk crack. Asterisk went the pairs of chopsticks as they cried out, "Itadakimasu." Naruto immediately dove in and started eating as Hinata slowly stirred around her broth to cool. All the while, Choji couldn't help but stare in the couple in awe. This was truly a rare sight indeed. In the Akimichi clan, a display such as this was held in the highest of regards. To his clan, food was everything. The act of consumption was the very essence of life. It was to be revered, respected, and most of all enjoyed with the whole of a person's soul. And this particular interaction between two people was known in the Akimichi clan as the art of the meal. When two beings share a meal in such a way that it fully displays the depth of their love, it is seen as a sign that they have truly become one. Choji felt a slight blush come to his cheeks. He wondered if he would ever have the honor of sharing in such an experience. A flash of a familiar golden-eyed woman with a wicked grin sped through his mind. It filled his heart for a moment with longing and hope. The sound of a muffled snort beside Choji's left ear caused him to turn and raise a question eyebrow at Shikamaru. Is this what his friend had really wished him to see? The dark-haired man was clearly trying to stifle laughter behind his hand, without very much success. The humor that rarely danced in Shikamaru's eyes was all the proof Choji needed. "You're getting better," he whispered encouragingly to his friend. "An emotional display like this would have driven you crazy just a year ago." It was a long time coming, but it seemed that Shikamaru had finally learned the importance of reading both logic and emotions in people. There were times in private that they had fought over the importance of both. But their friendship always seemed to have a way of providing and nurturing what the other person lacked. Shikamaru taught him that he couldn't always jump into situations and let his emotions blindly lead him through. Choji now thought and analyzed the world around him more than he ever before. And in turn, it seemed that Shikamaru had finally allowed himself to admit that emotions weren't something that needed to be closed off and ignored. They were what gives a person purpose, and makes life worth living. Shikamaru rubbed his neck for a moment with a laboring sigh. "Yeah, well, what can I say? Guess I had a pretty good teacher." He then glanced back at Choji with a thankful grin that filled the large man's heart with warmth. After the moment had passed, Choji turned back to watch Naruto and Hinata continue their meal. Hinata was now gently puckering her lips as she raised a few strands of noodles out of her bowl with her chopsticks. Naruto had since gulped down over a third of his bowl, when he noticed Hinata's actions. His blue eyes shone with warmth and merriment as he intently watched the woman sitting at his side. Delicately, Hinata began to blow on her raised bite in an attempt to cool down the perfectly cooked strands. This caused Naruto to let out a childish giggle. "It's so cute when you do that." "Oh, you. Stop that," she playfully admonished. "It is not. Your nose crinkles up ever so slightly," Naruto pointed out with a teasing grin. "And when you let out a puff of air, you make the sweetest little sound." This comment made Hinata let out another breathy laugh. "You're so silly sometimes." It was a good thing that Teuchi chose that moment to yell "orders up," and place down Choji and Shikamaru's meals, or else they might not have been able to hide their laughter in quickly gulped mouthfuls of noodles. Naruto had obviously completely forgotten that their friends were even sitting there with them. That was how totally wrapped up in each other they were. As Choji began to calm down, and properly enjoy his own lunch, he'd occasionally glance back and watch the art of the meal still playing out before him. Hinata would lift up a mouthful of her miso ramen noodles to Naruto. He would slowly lean in and lovingly nuzzle her hair, before taking a big, enthusiastic bite. In return, Naruto would pick up a piece of his barbecue pork and raise it to Hinata's delicately awaiting lips. When she would bend forward to take a nibble, the blonde would then playfully snatch the piece away. Hinata's large expressive eyes would then immediately glare in return and make a very put-upon pout, sending Naruto into another delightful fit of laughter. The playful back and forth. The silly banter. A slight pause in the moment here, a gentle caressing of skin there. To touch, to feel, to truly enjoy a meal. No wonder his clan seemed to consider such an event a prerequisite for marriage. The thought made Choji freeze mid-bite into his fifth bowl. Could it be, he wondered. And that's when Choji knew Naruto was going to propose. "Oh, just look at you!" Hinata suddenly exclaimed, laughing at the piece of green onion clinging to Naruto's face. She took a napkin and dunked it into her water glass. Oi! I'm not a child. Stop that, protested Naruto, trying to bat away the offending piece of cloth. No. Now just hold still, she gently chided him, brushing away the bit of green still stuck to his whisker marks. Her hand lingered on his cheek for a few seconds longer than it should have as they stared, completely lost in each other's eyes. Dear Kami, don't they ever quit? Grumbled Shikamaru as Choji raised his bowl to his lips with a definitive snort. As time went on, the ramen bowls stacked next to Naruto and Hinata grew ever higher. And a significant amount of them belonged to Hinata-chan as well. The Akimichi family held the dark-haired woman in the highest regard after she not only bet Naruto, but Choji too in a ramen-eating contest to raise money for Konoha's rebuilding project. Truly, an impressive feat indeed. Undeniable proof that slow and steady bites do in fact win the race. Throughout the meal, the pair animatedly spoke to one another, gesturing with their chopsticks. Which eventually turned into an impromptu-to-sword fight that Hinata eventually won. Yash, she exclaimed, pointing her lone chopstick at his face in victory. Ha! I finally won one. It would seem so, my dear lady, name you prize, declared Naruto in utter defeat. Oh, I can think of one. She whispered slyly while reaching up to grab his chin. And I believe I shall take it right now. Naruto physically gulped for a second, before immediately relaxing when Hinata simply pulled him in for a kiss. Which he returned most enthusiastically. Just as it was becoming nearly impossible for Choji and Shikamaru to continue trying to contain their laughter, Hinata suddenly broke off their loving embrace and glanced at her watch. Sorry, Naruto-kun, I didn't realize how late it was, she exclaimed, jumping out of her seat and hurriedly collecting her things. I promised to help Hanabi with training this afternoon. I hope you understand. Naruto looked at her with forlorn blue eyes that screamed no. Don't leave me, but simply offered her a sad smile. Of course, Hinata-chan. I'll see you soon. Love you. She gave him one last quick peck on the cheek and warmly said, I love you, too, and then quickly made her way home. Naruto sadly sighed to himself as he watched her dark hair whirl in the summer wind behind her. At this point, Choji and Shikamaru were practically bursting at the seams. Eso, Naruto, the large man finally croaked out between bits of laughter. I kinda have a question for you. Naruto's head whipped back around and glared threateningly at the shaking pair. Oi! You two still here? Yeah, what is it? When are you planning to ask? His question made Shikamaru finally burst out in hysterical laughter and start banging his hand on the counter. I knew you'd see it. Naruto simply blinked back at his friends confused. Huh? Ask what? For Hinata to marry you, stated Choji matter-of-factly as he stuffed another piece of barbecue pork into his mouth. Shikamaru, yelled Naruto dangerously as he leapt up and grabbed said friend by the collar of his stupid shirt. I told you not to. The dark-haired man simply broke Naruto's hold and roughly shoved the blonde back into his chair. I didn't. It's Choji. He figured it out on his own. How? To this Shikamaru just snorted. Don't know. He's just really good at reading people's hearts. You know that. Heck, he even knew Asuma and Kurenai-sensei we dating before Ino or I did. Seriously? Exclaimed Naruto in shock as he began to see his large friend in a different light. Well, how did you know? Choji's face became serious as he crossed his arms in thought. It was because you and Hinata just performed the sacred art of the meal. Okay. Was Naruto's uncertain response. What does that mean, exactly? A sharp flash of light glinted in the larger man's eyes. It means that when two people share a meal with so much love and passion for life, it is a sign that their souls have already become one. The rest is only a matter of time. Arg! Groaned Naruto as he dejectedly rested his head down on the counter. Why does everyone keep figuring it out? You should be happy and honored, Naruto, corrected Choji, staring sadly at his friend. I hope that one day, someone will want share a meal like that with me. Choji. I dash. But before Naruto could finish, Shikamaru interrupted with a sly grin. Oh, you mean like that fiery golden-eyed woman from Kumogakure? How did? Choji croaked out nervously before realizing Shikamaru was just fishing for information. It's not like that. We just always happen to be partnered on diplomatic missions is all. Oh? Really? Asked Naruto as he perked up with a foxy grin. You have been going on a lot of missions lately to Kumogakure. I wonder why. This made Choji blush. No. They just keep requesting me as the leader for some reason. We quick cut to a scene of Karui clutching B-sensei's gray vest and rapidly shaking him. You better ask the Raikage to request that plump stud muffin again or I'm gonna dash, she says threateningly before we switch back to Choji, Karui-chan and I dash. Oh, so it's Karui-chan now, huh? Gently teased Shikamaru with a snort. She seems rather troublesome, but I'm happy for you, Choji. But. Databeo. I remember her, exclaimed Naruto with sparkling eyes. The loud, violent one. I remember her beating the living snot out of me over B-sensei. She is something. Hey, now, Karui-chan's just a very passionate person, said Choji, feeling the need to defend his friend's reputation. Besides. I mean, what would she ever see in a guy like me? After saying this, he sighed and idly began stirring the broth left in the bottom of his ramen bowl. When Asuma-sensei died, his last major request was that Choji have more confidence in himself. The brown-haired man was much better than he used to be, but scattered bits of his old self-doubt still lingered. Over the years his friends had helped him shed most of his insecurities, and everyone in the village knew of the great generosity he openly expressed to all those around him. But one major hurdle in his life still seemed to remain: would he ever truly find love? Choji, whispered Naruto, drawing his friend out of his reverie. You are one of the most kind-hearted people I know. If this girl is as cool as you say she is, I'll bet she can see it too. The larger man had to glance away from his blonde friend, as he felt tears being to form in his eyes. He's right, you know, added Shikamaru, reaching up to give him a supportive squeeze on the shoulder. Don't give up on finding love just yet. Hi, was Choji's somewhat watery response, but kindly, both his friends chose to ignore it. So anyway, I hope you are planning to ask me to cater this wedding. I have quite a few connections that would make it a most memorable experience. Of course I was. Databeo, yelled Naruto, immediately accepting the offer. And actually, I wanted to ask about something else as well. Okay, here's the plan so far. And so, Naruto filled Choji in. At this point, Naruto finally came to the conclusion that trying to hide it from everyone wasn't working. All his friends were going to find out. It was just inevitable. He wasn't sure how he was going to let them, but at this point, leaving it alone was getting too risky. So if you can't beat them, put them to work. Naruto wasn't sure if it all was going to come together in the end. But he had to try, especially for Hinata. That was just his ninja way. To be continued. Author's notes: wow, I wrote another entire chapter about love and food. I think I've been watching/reading Food Wars too much. Can you tell? XD anyway. Hope you all enjoyed it. It was inspired a lot by the new Naruto anime ending with Tucci. YouTube it if you haven't seen it with all the filler that's been coming out recently. It's really great, one of my all-time faves. Mostly because of the visual parallel they made of Naruto and Hinata with Kushina and Minato. LOL. Also yeah, I made that one anime ending stinger with Hinata in the ramen eating contest canon. It was such a great moment that it just has become canon to me now. And the Tucci ending also kinda hinted that it was, if you look at the number of bowls Hinata ate. He. Love it. And now. Next time. How about some Konohamaru and Hanabi? He. I got quite a few requests to do more, and I aim to please. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key, hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal, tuchan, dad, informal, ka-chan, mother. Oba-chan, granny arigato, thank you kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing gomen nasai, I'm sorry. Gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though, sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to believe it. It's just an exclamation like, yippee. Or huzzah. Double date. Disclaimer, written for all the fans out there. I own none of the things. Hope you enjoy this silly little chapter. This takes place the day after Choji's event. Double date. Konohamaru was exhausted. It had only been a few days since he returned from his mission to Kumogakure. After filling out a bunch of paperwork, and not getting much sleep the night before, he was pretty worn out. All he wanted that lazy Sunday was to walk over to Ichiraku's and have a nice, warm bowl of ramen. But it would seem that fate had other plans. As Konohamaru approached the stand, he caught sight of his long-time crush, the beautiful, and very much unattainable, Hyuga Hanabi. She was slumped over an empty bowl of ramen, glancing at a small bench a few feet away from the restaurant. Curious, he turned to see what she was staring at. Apparently, Naruto and Hinata were sitting there, laughing as they shared two halves of a twin popsicle. Hanabi let out a sigh of longing as Konohamaru took the empty seat next to her. Why the long face, he asked, seeing this as a prime opportunity to get closer to her. Them, declared young teen, clearly exasperated. They're so lovey-dovey sometimes, it almost makes me sick. It just so happened that at that moment, Naruto dropped a chunk of the icy treat onto his pants. Ah, man. I'm such a klutz, he exclaimed, trying to rub out the mark, causing Hinata to breathlessly laugh. It's fine, silly, she reassured him with a gentle smile. Besides, it's the same color as your clothes. No one will be able to tell once it's dry. Naruto blinked in confusion and looked back down at his pants in shock. Huh. It is, isn't it? I never noticed that. You sure are observant. Thanks Hinata-chan, he said. After which, he quickly kissed the side of Hinata's cheek. Ugh. See, the girl insisted with a defensive pout. I wish I had a boyfriend as sweet as Naruto-kun. It's not fair. Konohamaru immediately perked up hearing this. She was looking for a boyfriend. His chance had finally arrived. Quickly, he took a moment to fix his hair, and then proceeded to reach over and discreetly place an arm around Hanabi's shoulders. He opened his mouth to use one of his grade A pickup lines, "You already do, he's sitting right here." But what Hanabi said next stopped him cold. And they are only going to get worse, she mumbled under her breath, when he finally gets up the balls to do it. It? Questioned Konohamaru with a confused blink. This made Hanabi turn and stare at him in confusion. Yeah, it. And the sooner, the better. Tu-chan and the council are getting impatient. What the heck are you talking about? You know. I'm sure Naruto told you. You guys are like brothers, Hanabi huffed in irritation, clearly starting to get annoyed. Tell me what? The teen had no clue what she was talking about. Hanabi glanced quickly back and forth to make sure no one was around to overhear. That Naruto's planning to propose to Ne-chan. Wah! Konohamaru yelled in shock, almost jumping out of his seat. Drawing the attention of said couple, seated across the way. They glanced questioningly at each other for a second and then back at the ramen stand. Hanabi scolded, physically pulling him back into his seat. Do you want to spoil the whole thing? Keep your voice down. Konohamaru caught the quick glare Hinata sent him for being so close to her sister. He gulped in remembrance of the threat she made after the incident. We quick cut to an over-stylized image of Hinata with blue chakra fire burning brightly in her hands and eyes. If you ever disrespect my little sister again, you will live to regret it, she says in a demonic voice. After which, Chibi Naruto pops up from behind flashing the victory sign, *. The scene then cuts back to Konohamaru sitting dejectedly in a corner, rocking back and forth as shame lines come down around him. Hanabi simply sweat-dropped in return. Konohamaru? Why do you keep getting like that whenever you see Ne-chan? No reason, his cracking teenage voice betrayed him, as he leapt back to his feet and retook his seat next to Hanabi. Anyway, that can't be true. This statement caused the girl next to him look utterly shocked. What, why not? My sister's not good enough? What? No. I didn't mean it like that at all, the teen denied with pacifying hands. It's just. Naruto Nii-chan would have told me if he was planning something like that. Hanabi pondered as she placed a finger to her chin in thought. That is a little odd. But remember, you were away on that diplomatic mission to Kumogakure with Choji-kun. We quick cut to B-sensei holding up a mic and walking onto a large stage. Welcome all of you, and believe it, too, he sings as the crowd goes wild with enthusiastic cheering. Karui and Choji can be seen sitting next to one another in the front row, whooping at the stage. Do your best everyone, calls out Choji while Karui threatens, do be sensei proud and beat Konoha or I'll kick your sorry asses. The team from the land of lightning sweat drops as B once again addresses the crowd. Now let's remember Kagaya's misery, with the first annual, epic rap battles of ninja history. The curtain behind B opens to Udon, Konohamaru, and Moegi all standing under spotlights. Each are dressed like Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura as they appeared during last battle of the Fourth Ninja War. Udon and Moegi can be seen beatboxing into their respective mics, as Konohamaru takes center stage. Yo, yo! Konohamaru cries out with exaggerated hand gestures. Hello, everybody. I'm here to say everything I can about my ninja way. Kagaya thought she could put us all to sleep. But in the end, it led to her defeat. Woyo! Woyo! Hollers back the crowd in return. Now open your ears and listen well, of how Team 7 kicked her back to hell. Konohamaru then drops the mic and starts doing a warped version of the Running Man dance. We quick cut back to Konohamaru coughing nervously into his hand. Yeah, diplomatic, said the teen with uncertain eyes, as he brushed off the memory. I suppose you have a point. But I just don't think Naruto Nii-chan is ready for something like that yet. Well, care to make a wager, suggested Hanabi with a sly grin. Naruto and Hinata are going on a date today. Let's follow them around and see if something happens. If he is planning to propose, you have to be my slave for a week. And if he isn't, I'll be yours. Now that got Konohamaru's attention, turning bright red at the very thought. But the terrifying image of Hinata-chan stopped any dirty thought he had cold. Well. He replied nervously, wondering what the consequences would be if he did end up winning this bet. Do we have a deal? Hanabi asked in a cunningly smooth voice, while extending him her hand. Screw it. Consequences be damned, thought the teenage boy as he pushed away his fear. I get to spend time with Hanabi, total score. Hi, he exclaimed, reaching out and shaking it in return. Neither of the pair noticed that a crow suddenly chose that moment to fly by them, crying out, "Caw! Caw!" Slowly, Naruto and Hinata finished their popsicles, enjoying the warm sunny day. Every once in a while, the blonde would trick Hinata into glancing at something in the distance, giving him the opportunity to steal a quick nibble of her orange pop. When she'd turn back, the sight of the big bite would make her giggle. And Naruto would then lovingly nuzzle her hair. After they ate their fill, the couple decided to go for a walk in the park, oblivious to the two teenage ninjas following stealthily behind. Arm in arm, the pair leisurely made their way down the path. They stopped from time to skip stones by the lake, watch some goofy squirrels fighting over a nut, and lastly, to help an elderly woman get her cat down from a tree. Almost immediately, Hinata had spotted the furball with her Byakugan. But getting the cat down was another story. "Here kitty, kitty," called Naruto for what felt like the 100th time. His face and hands were all scratched up from repeatedly trying to catch the wily feline. And honestly, the whole affair was giving the blonde Tora flashbacks. "Naruto-kun," said Hinata uncertainly as he once again dove through the branches in an attempt to catch it. "Maybe you should back away from him for a moment." "No way!" Naruto cried as the cat once again pounced on his head. "I've beaten countless enemies over the years. And I will not be bested." The feline once again magically slipped through his fingers and leapt 2 trees over. "By a stupid cat." "I don't know, Naruto," laughed Kurama in his mind. "I think the furballs clearly proved he's your superior." "Shut up, baka fox," he growled aloud as the cat continued to repeatedly dodge him. From behind the bench where Shikamaru and Hanabi were hiding, the pair were practically rolling on the ground in hysterics. They immediately hushed when Hinata seemed to glance in their direction with suspiciously narrowed eyes. Sweating profusely, Shikamaru once again started rocking back and forth as the fiery image of Hinata filled his mind. The sight simply made Hanabi roll her eyes. Meanwhile, the orange cat was about to take on the blonde for the 10th time, when a curious scent seemed to catch its attention. It sniffed the air for a second, before suddenly darting through the branches, back down a tree trunk, and landing on the ground. After which, the feline ran full steam to a saucer of milk, set out by a very pleased-looking Hinata. "There you go, poor little guy," she cooed, gently petting the cat. Naruto plopped dejectedly back to earth with a pout and leaves stuck in his hair. "I could have caught him, you know." "Ah, I know," Hinata reassured him, as she walked over and gave the blonde a comforting hug. "But you're both safe and that's all that matters, right?" "I guess," he grumbled, sighing to her hair. "Let's just return the hell spawn back to its owner." And so the couple did just that. Hanabi wiggled her eyebrows at Shikamaru as they came out of their hiding spot. "See how perfectly they fit together. And that was the kind of hug that says, 'I never want to let go.'" "I'm still not convinced," he replied, subconsciously grabbing Hanabi's hand as he passed. "Come on, we're going to lose them if we don't hurry." Shikamaru pulled her along behind him, missing the slight blush that alighted Hanabi's face the second their hands touched. The young girl wasn't sure how she felt about Shikamaru, but she had to admit, it was nice spending the day with him. Next, they followed Naruto and Hinata to the local movie theater. Apparently, the latest of the Princess Gale movies was playing and the couple seemed very excited to go. Once they had purchased their tickets and were well out of sight, the young teens immediately got into line. When they reached the ticket booth, Hanabi took out her wallet, but Konohamaru stopped her hand. "Hey, I can cover it. Don't worry about it." "You sure?" Hanabi raised her eyebrow. "It's not that much. I don't mind." "Tell you what, how about you cover the snacks?" he offered in compromise. "Deal?" The dark-haired girl looked at him curiously for a moment. Does Konohamaru paying mean this is a date, she wondered, but then shook her. Didn't seem like that was his intention, but Hanabi wasn't sure if she felt happy or sad about that. "Well, okay." After agreeing to his terms, Hanabi quickly went over and bought 2 drinks and a large popcorn. The pair then gave each other a nod and went into the theater. Stealthily, they moved through the darkened room and sat close to the front so not to be spotted by Naruto and Hinata sitting several seats back. They took turns glancing through the crack between their seats to spy on what the couple was doing. Naruto and Hinata were cuddled close, and appeared to be quite content to be alone together. Hanabi gave Konohamaru another look that clearly said, "See, I'm right and you know it." The young teen let out an irritated huff. "I'm still not convinced." Naruto then began to tell Hinata a very animated story, with lots of hand gestures that made her smile. After that, the lights in the theater dimmed and the trailers finally started playing. Both teens sighed, knowing that Hanabi would be the only one who could see what they were doing now. But if she used her Byakugan in here, Naruto was sure to sense the chakra flare and they'd be busted. So, with a pair of shrugs, the two of them turned and began to watch the movie. As far as the movie went, Konohamaru had to say it was one of the better Gale films he had seen. The romance and the action were both timed well and one didn't seem to overshadow the other. Every once in a while, the teen would glance at the profile of the young woman sitting next to him, studying her delicate features. He had dreamed a lot about what it would be like to take Hanabi out on a date. And while this wasn't exactly like how he pictured, he found it to be quite nice. At one point, Konohamaru reached over into the popcorn bag at the same time Hanabi did, causing both their hands to lightly brush. The gentle touch made them slightly jump in surprise, since neither had expected it. Nervously, both teens stuttered out apologies while trying to hide their embarrassment. When a scene near the end was becoming a little too corny, Konohamaru leaned over and whispered a quick joke into Hanabi's ear that made her to let out a very unladylike snort. Which in turn, sent Konohamaru into gales of laughter. They got an angry "shh" for the small outburst, but both teens felt it was well worth it. Hanabi had to admit, she never thought hanging out with Konohamaru would be quite so refreshing. It was nice to have someone just treat her like a teenager and not the future head of a prominent ninja clan. After the film, the sun began to go down as Naruto and Hinata finished off the day by window shopping in the sales district. The teens glanced at each other from their hiding spot upon the rooftops and sighed. It didn't seem like Naruto was going to show them any proof of what he was planning tonight. The blonde then suddenly glanced at his watch and bowed his head in apology to Hinata, saying something about having to run a few errands for Kakashi-sensei before the stores closed. Hinata was understanding as always, and gave him a quick peck on the cheek before waving him goodbye as he sped off into the streets. "Well, that's it," the teen shinobi said dejectedly. "Guess we call it a draw?" Instead, Hanabi's eyes narrowed in thought. She muttered to herself, activating her Byakugan. "Let me check one last dash." The young Hyuga froze mid-sentence, instantly catching Konohamaru's attention. "What? What is it? What do you see? Come on!" Hanabi exclaimed with an almost wild grin as she grabbed Konohamaru's hand and sped off into the night. Eventually, the pair came to a stop in front of, oddly enough, a jewelry store. "Okay," Konohamaru said as he eyed the establishment warily. "What are we dash?" And at just that moment, Naruto came merrily walking out the door with a small white bag in his hand. Konohamaru was floored. The blonde would never set foot in a shop like that, except for one thing, to buy Hinata-chan an engagement ring. Naruto nii-chan, screeched the astonished teen, because that's when he finally knew, his friend was actually planning to propose. The blonde was so caught off guard that he dropped the bag in shock. Konohamaru. What dash? How could you? Asked the teen shinobi with tears welling in his eyes. I always thought, we were close, why didn't you tell me? The very apparent pain in Konohamaru's voice instantly wiped the victorious grin off of Hanabi's face. Konohamaru-kun, she sadly whispered. This was not the reaction she had been expecting at all. Konohamaru, Naruto started but quickly stopped with a sorrowful shake of his head. Gomen nasi. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. It's okay. You didn't want Hinata finding out, I understand, the teenager replied while roughly rubbing at his eyes. Naruto, seeing that this wasn't going to cut it, turned to Hanabi. Could you give us some time alone? Hi, Gomen Naruto-kun, Konohamaru-kun, she stuttered out nervously. I never meant to dash. The blonde nodded his head in understanding as the teen shinobi replied, yeah, I know. Don't worry about it, Hanabi-chan. The young girl bit her lip for a moment in thought. She then quickly rushed forward and gave Konohamaru a brief hug. Listen to what Naruto-kun has to say, I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, he shyly replied as Hanabi pulled away. Sure. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I had a lot of fun today, she added with a light blush gracing her cheeks. Maybe we can do it again sometime. Konohamaru glanced up at her with eyes filled with hope and excitement. Sure. Yeah, whenever you want. Okay, cool. I'll see you around. And with that, Hanabi sped off, leaving the guys alone to talk. Konohamaru, said Naruto with a heavy sigh once the young girl was out of sight. I was planning to tell you at Ichiraku's with Irika and Kakashi-sensei, but you were still out on that mission and I couldn't risk waiting any longer. The dark-haired teen shoved his hands into his pockets and shrugged. Cool, it's no big deal. Yeah, it is. Naruto grumbled, seeing the angst a mile away. He approached the teen and placed his hand supportively on his shoulders. I just wanted to say that you're like the little brother I never had. This made Konohamaru sniffle a little and glance shyly at his friend. You mean that? Of course, I do, the blonde said reassuringly. You were one of the few people who talked to me, back when everyone else treated me like crap. It was nice to have someone actually want to be around me for once. I mean, I taught you the Rasengan for Pete's sake. I wouldn't give that jutsu to just anybody. This made the teen shinobi snort a little and blush. Yeah, I guess so. You know, when we were younger. Of all the older kids, you were the only one who took the time to play with me. You never treated me some little annoying brat that had to be tolerated because the third was my grandfather. And I've never forgotten that. Konohamaru then looked straight into Naruto's eyes. So yeah, you mean the same to me, nii-chan. Naruto choked up a bit hearing that as well. Thanks, that means a lot. He replied, clearly trying not to get too emotional. And I've been meaning to ask you something. Konohamaru raised an eyebrow at him in question. Would you mind, would you accept the job of being ring bearer for the wedding? Yeah. I'd love to, Naruto nii-chan, he exclaimed with shining eyes. You can count on me. His reaction caused Naruto to give Konohamaru an affectionate noogie for good measure. Sweet. I've also got lots of other stuff to tell you about the proposal plans, but that can wait until later. What do you say we go get some ramen and talk it over? Sound good? Sounds awesome, the teen exclaimed as Naruto reached down and picked up the jewelry store bag. As they started walking, the blonde suddenly turned and said, "Oh. I never even had a chance to ask, how did your diplomatic mission go?" We quick cut back to Kumogakure when B-sensei announced the results. The winners will be awarded an exclusive album recorded by me and Konoha's newest music sensation, DJ Beatles. B gestures to the poster hanging behind him of a man wearing a beetle mask with large insect mandibles sticking out the top. A bunch of girls swoon in the audience. He's so dreamy. B then opens the results envelope. The Hokages must be smiling down from heaven, because the whining rap is of Konoha's Team 7. Woot! We won, cried out Konohamaru as he and his teammates began enthusiastically celebrating on stage. What? Screams an outraged Karui from the audience. The judges were bribed. This competition was rigged. I demand a recount. How dare you insult B-sensei? Karui starts to rush the stage and Choji immediately grabs her around the middle, attempting to pull her back into her seat. Karui-chan, please calm down. No way, she growls, trying to escape Choji's grasp. Or at least it seems that way, the golden-eyed woman doesn't appear to be fighting him that hard. And under the larger man's face paint, his cheeks look rather crimson as he holds her at bay. Konohamaru and the others simply sweat-drop at the bizarre scene, wondering when they were finally going to admit they liked one another. We quick cut back once again to Konohamaru coughing into his hand. Yeah, about as well as expected, I suppose, he responded vaguely with a bit of nervous laughter. To which, Naruto gave him an odd look. Okay, then why don't you tell me what's going on with you and Hanabi? Huh? What? Asked Konohamaru with a confused blink. Nothing's going on. In return, the blonde gave him a sly, foxy grin. Hinata-chan and I saw you both at the ramen stand earlier. And Hanabi was just with you again now when you found me. Remember? So what were you doing all day, together? I think I hear my mom calling, screeched the teen, already imagining Hinata's demonic blue wrath coming down upon him. But Naruto held the boy back by his blue scarf, preventing his escape. Not a chance. Now spill, he demanded as Konohamaru confessed all about the bet and the events that had transpired that day. And so, Naruto has found another person to help in his proposal plans. As he informs more people, the stakes grow even higher. Will Hinata be surprised? And will all of it work out in the end? Only time will tell. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, with this chapter, we are officially halfway through the whole story. Yay! In total, there are 16 chapters planned with the epilogue. Hopefully the next chapter won't take too long to write. This one just had so many little things to add in that it seemed to take forever. And let me know if you thought my rhyming turned out okay. I did my best. XD. And now. Next time. A little something from Sai's point of view as Naruto begins to fully start his recruitment phase. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key. Ni-chan, brother Ne-chan, sister hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal, Tu-chan, dad, informal, Ka-chan, mother. Oba-chan, granny arigato, thank you kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing baka, idiot. Gomen nasai, I'm sorry Gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, Ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though, sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to believe it. It's just an exclamation like, yippee! Or huzzah! An artistic soul. Disclaimer, yeah, I don't own anything. This is just written for all the fans of Naruto to enjoy. I know a lot of people out there are probably groaning, oh, no. Size chapter. But I think you'll find it interesting. Please enjoy. An artistic soul. Rummaging through his art supplies, Sai finally found his large scroll of paper. Ah, yes. There it is, the shinobi said to himself, as he carefully rolled out the amount he required. He then took one of his kunai and cut off a large sheet. The dark-haired man held it up to the light. I believe that will do. Gently, Sai spread the piece flat against the floor, placing small weights at edges to ensure limited movement while he worked. Next, he grabbed one of his pencils and chiseled away at the tip with his kunai. It was important that the point be nice and sharp. He needed clear, crisp lines in the initial sketch. Because later, it would serve as a guide for his ink work. Sai didn't use this method very often, but for this piece he decided to make an exception. The rhythmic scraping always comforted him in troubling times. It brought back memories of Shin. Back then, the dark-haired shinobi used to draw beside the campfire as his brother quietly read a book nearby. Was it really that long since he died? Sometimes it felt like an instant, while others seemed to stretch on for an eternity. During the final battle of the war, Sai was finally able to gain some closure in that regard. And yet, there were still days when he couldn't help but wonder. What would it be like, if Shin were still alive? Ino said it was healthy to ponder such things, but not to fixate on. After all this time, his newly unearthed emotions were allowing him to grieve. Ino, thought Sai with a small, genuine smile. She truly is a beauty. Lifting up his sharpened pencil, the dark-haired man began to sketch an image onto the prepared sheet. As his arm made wide looping circles, his mind idly wandered to his and Ino's relationship. Sai, of course, knew that Ino had first been attracted to him because of Sasuke. In fact, many of their friends have stated that on the surface they seem rather similar. But their major difference was that Sasuke's driving force had always been his emotions. In the past, the man had fully embraced both his hate and rage. While on the other hand, Sai had chosen push these and the rest of his unwanted emotions away. Or rather, down would be the more appropriate term. After the war, Sai began to notice the feelings Root had tried to eradicate were beginning to return. And honestly, he wasn't sure how to handle it. Most of the time, he would be fine. Then suddenly, he'd snap and almost tear someone's head off. Yamato-sensei, Naruto, and Sakura were all becoming concerned about this behavior. And he did not blame them. Sai's teacher and friends encouraged him to seek help, and his savior came in the beautiful form of his angel, Ino-chan. He let out a sigh of longing as his elegant fingers began to draw in the details of the first figure's face. Being of the Yamanaka clan, Ino excelled at both mental and emotional perception. She overheard Sai and Sakura discussing the matter one day and immediately offered her services. As a teacher, the blonde was blunt, but fair in her assessments. She took him around to various parts of the village, and taught him how to observe and decipher his responses. The more time they spent together, the closer they became. Once he really got to know Ino, Sai found her to be utterly fascinating. She was confident and decisive in everything she did. The blonde made no apologies for who she was a person. "Don't like it, then just take a hike," she'd always say. When Sai began feeling certain urges toward his beautiful friend, her ability to mind link and share sensations was not helping. Though he had to admit, at the present point in their relationship, there were times when Sai considered her technique positively enlightening. Especially for his, novel research. And Ino was never the type of woman to shy away from experimentation. In fact, Sai trying to understand these new desires was what led him to discover the Ika Ika Paradise series in the first place. As their relationship began to take on a new form, Ino was always open and honest with him. She helped guide Sai through all the emotional turmoil and find his soul again. Quite simply, he owed her everything. Drawing always did this to him now, causing him to reflect on the past and the person he had become. Creating his artwork gave Sai a sense of clarity that he rarely felt in everyday life. It hadn't always been this way though. When he first met Naruto and Sakura, the shinobi never felt a thing when he drew. All he knew was that he wanted to capture certain images, but could never comprehend the reason why. After he finished a painting, it was simply done. Naming it was out of the question, because he didn't understand what possessed him to make the image in the first place. Ino explained that this was a subconscious act to release his emotions in a healthy way. Even if he didn't realize it, this was his way of interacting with the world. Every stroke, every mark, came from his inner being. He just had to crack open the door wider and allow it all to flow out onto the page. Once Sai finally did, the freedom and joy he felt was almost euphoric. No longer was his art merely a thing he did. All his works now held a bit of Sai's soul, in a sense, they were a reflection of him. Places he visited with Ino came vividly to life, shapes and forms he found interesting almost danced within his sketchbook, and precious moments with his friends were lovingly illustrated with vibrancy and joy. Speaking of which, Sai just happened to be working on one such piece right now. You see, yesterday, a certain friend came inquiringly to his door. Flashback. The dark-haired shinobi was sketching manga panels for the latest issue of Ika Ika in his studio, when a sudden knock broke his concentration. He raised an inquisitive eyebrow upon hearing this. People did not normally visit his studio. In fact, very few of his friends even knew where it was. As Sai pondered this, he stood and walked over to the door. When he opened it, the shinobi couldn't help but blink at the odd sight of Guy and Lee waiting there, dressed in matching dark suits and sunglasses. "Hello," the dark-haired man said uncertainly as the pair proceeded to push their way in. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" Sai didn't notice the crow that flew past his open window going, "Caw." "Caw." Lee started making weird hand gestures to Guy, to which the older man simply nodded. This caused Sai to squint at them in concern. The green beasts were up to something, and no good usually came of that. The younger man sped through the studio looking in every closet, behind each piece of furniture, and under every plant. Once Lee appeared satisfied, he returned to Guy's side and began making the wild gestures again. To which, Guy rapidly shook his head and signed a bunch of different ones in return. "Okay," said Sai with a slight frown. "You both are acting weirder than normal. That is rather disconcerting." The two men then turned in unison and started manically waving their hands at Sai when poof. And smack. A Naruto clone appeared out of thin air and cracked them both on the head. "What the heck are you guys doing?" the blonde yelled. "You were just supposed to check if anyone else was here and then report back." The green beasts shot one another twin looks of confusion and then began with the hand gestures again. "Would you two stop doing that and just spit it out?" Naruto screamed, having finally come to the end of his patience. But Naruto-kun," Lee stuttered out nervously. "You told me and Guy-sensei that if we said one more word dash." The blonde's right eye took on an uncontrollable twitch. "I meant about anything other than the plan, baka." Lee and Guy simply stared at him with dual looks of hurt etched on their faces. Naruto took a deep, cleaning breath and regained control of his temper. "Look, whatever you two. I'm sorry I lost my cool. I know you are both doing your best. Now, just please stand guard outside while I speak with Sai. Okay? This quickly formed apology seemed enough to pacify them, as the pair then saluted the blonde and went back outside. So, what was that all about then? Asked Sai when they were finally alone. Naruto released a long, laboring sigh and explained everything that had been going on the last few days. The look in Naruto's eyes when he spoke about Hinata told the dark-haired shinobi all he needed to know. Even before the blonde said it aloud, Sai knew his friend was planning to propose. That's wonderful news, Naruto-kun, replied Sai with a gentle smile. I feel honored that you chose to confide in me. Well, you are my teammate after all, he explained with an amused snort. That, and Ino already found out. So if I didn't tell you soon, I think she might have burst. Sai nodded in understanding. Ah. I see, Ino-chan and Sakura must be driving you crazy. Actually, I haven't had a chance to tell Sakura yet, confessed Naruto with a rather large sweat drop. The dark-haired man froze in horror. Oh, my. Naruto-kun, I do believe you are a dead man. I know, the blonde groaned in despair. But people just keep finding out. And since she's been away on that herb-gathering mission in Mist for over a month, I didn't dash. Yes, but Sakura is not going to care and you know it, Sai bluntly pointed out. Just be prepared, and refrain from telling her anywhere near your new home. I doubt it will still be standing after that. Duly noted, the blonde grumbled in response, but then immediately returned to the main reason for his visit. So anyway, if you're up for it, I wanted to know if you'd be willing to make a commission piece for me. And of course, Sai readily agreed. For all he and Naruto fought, Sai considered the blonde to be one of his closest friends. How could he refuse a request such as this? Really, Sai felt honored that Naruto wanted him to be a part of this special occasion. The artistic shinobi would give his friends his best work yet. Sai let out a tried sigh as he stood back to view the overall work. Everything appeared to be in proportion, and the flow of the image seemed sound. And true, he could have put the couple in a more dynamic pose, but that would be inappropriate for an engagement event. Decisively, Sai clapped his hands together. Hi, I believe it is time. The artist then got ready to perform the most important step. Grabbing his brushes and ink, Sai placed them beside the large sketch. He loved painting in a huge scale. It was nice that for once, one of these pieces would not be used in battle. Sai steadied his brush above the page, before laying down the first flowing stroke. The image in his head then began to escape through his arm and down onto the paper. Each flick of his wrist, every time his brush slid across the page, a bit of himself went with it. This was what it meant to put your emotions into your art. The movement of all the lines he placed made a visual statement to the world. This is who I am, and this is what I see. Art, the very essence of creation. After inking in the main lines, next came the shading. Sai didn't use this technique in his fighting jutsu. In battle, such a thing would be a waste of time. But in illustrating Jiraiya's original Ika Ika novels, he had begun using it more. Wetting his brush, Sai dipped it into a bit of the ink to create a lighter shade. With broad, sweeping strokes, he painted over certain areas of the piece to give the entire image a softer feel. Now that the shadows were in place, the artistic shinobi went back and touched up a bunch of areas. After placing his brush back into the water to soak, Sai stood up and admired the painting from afar. Art is best viewed the way the average person would see it. This way, you can better assess the composition as a whole. Sai stared at the piece for almost 20 minutes, analyzing every line, until he was 100% satisfied with the final product. The painting was a simple one, as far as portraits go. Naruto on the left, depicted with his scarf, was lovingly kissing the illustration of Hinata on the right. They were wrapped in a loving embrace and seem oblivious to anything else. Sai allowed the piece to completely dry before going back and erasing the undersketch's lines. The dark-haired man looked at the painting from a distance again. Perfect, he finally declared and signed the bottom corner with a flourish. Normally, he would use a red stamp with his kanji symbols as the signature. But this painting was especially personal, and he wanted it to come directly from his heart. Once again, the dark-haired shinobi studied the piece from every angle and noticed that his art style had truly evolved. Gone were the cold hard lines he used to place upon the page. Even his ink strokes seemed softer somehow. This was made by a man who was at peace with who he was, and wished to express the love he felt for his friends through its creation. Now, all Sai had to do was give it a name. He placed a finger to his chin in thought. What would be an appropriate name for his masterpiece? And then, as inspiration usually does, it suddenly came to him. I shall call it The Dickless Man Discovers His Cock. Sai stated aloud, genuinely grinning at the thought of Naruto's reaction upon hearing it. Because that's exactly what the artistic shinobi planned to tell the blonde. In reality, the piece was entitled Eternal Love. And so, another person has been recruited to Naruto's most noble cause. But it would already seem that his friends are starting to mess with his well-intentioned plans. Will Hinata get the day she truly deserves? As always, only time would tell. To be continued. Author's notes: if you're curious about what Sai's painting really looks like, search no further than the cover image for the story. He. That's right, I've been planning this moment from the very beginning. I put a lot of thought into it. I really wanted to capture the artistic process in story form. Hope I did it justice. So did you like it? Let me know. And now for next time. It's finally here. Sakura and Sasuke's big chapter has finally arrived. But will Sakura kill Naruto for telling Ino before he gets to propose to Hinata? Stay tuned to find out. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key. Ni-chan, brother Ne-chan, sister hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal, Tu-chan, dad, informal, Ka-chan, mother. Oba-chan, granny arigato, thank you kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing baka, idiot. Gomen nasai, I'm sorry Gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though. Sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to believe it. It's just an exclamation like, yippee. Or huzzah. Where life leads. Disclaimer, yeah, I own none of the things. Prepare yourselves. Sakura/Sasuke coming at you right now for your reading enjoyment. Where life leads. It was good to be back in Konoha after so many weeks away. Sakura's herb-gathering mission to the Land of Mist was a complete success. The rare seeds and plants her team collected might lead to numerous medical breakthroughs over the next couple years. The information they had gathered was of vital importance to all the ninja nations. It was the first multinational medical mission conducted in ninja history. The kunoichi was very proud to have been the leader of such a groundbreaking assignment. It had been nice to get away from the daily life of the village for a while. Honestly, the hardest part was being separated from all her friends for so long. She really missed them. Overall, the best part had been when Sakura finally got some time to see, well, him. A secret smile alighted her lips as Sakura thought of all the stolen moments she had with Sasuke on this trip. Bit by bit, she began to notice him opening up more. The pink-haired woman had never been known for her patient demeanor. But for Sasuke, she would wait 1,000 years if she had to. Their love was a complicated one. There were times when all they did was fight, each incapable of comprehending the other person's side. Yet, there were also moments of bliss. Like when they simply sat together watching the sunrise. Lately, when Sasuke chose to return to the village, they barely fought at all. It was strange, this odd sense of peace they both seemed to achieve with one another. Sakura had really needed some quality time with whatever Sasuke was. At this point, she wasn't exactly sure where they were relationship-wise. But they were happy. And at the end of the day, that was the most important thing, right? It was good to be back home though. No more sleeping on the cold ground or trudging through miles of swamp in search of some elusive plant life. All Sakura wanted to do now was take a hot bath, curl up with a good book, and go to bed. She was just going to make a quick stop at the Hokage's office when... Bang! The door to Kakashi's study suddenly burst open, startling both Sakura and a random crow outside that started crying out, "Caw! Caw!" Instinctively, the pink-haired woman stumbled back and took on a defective stance. But Naruto's ecstatic yell of "Sakura-chan" proved that such an action wasn't necessary. "There you are," the blonde exclaimed as he rushed out the newly opened door. "I've been waiting forever for you to get back." Immediately, he grabbed Sakura's hand and started pulling her back toward the stairs. "Naruto," she said in an aggravated voice. "What are you doing? I have to give Kakashi-sensei my report first." But the determined blonde just kept tugging her toward the exit. "Databeo. Don't worry about it. I already spoke with Arokage and he said you could handle it later." "What?" asked Sakura with a confused blink. Why on earth would he say that? Look, it's important. Okay? Just come along with me." Naruto stuttered back sheepishly as he continued to drag her out of the building and back onto Konoha's busy streets. The kunoichi rolled her eyes and let out an exasperated sigh. "Damn it!" Inner Sakura yelled in her mind. "Can't this crap wait until tomorrow? I really wanted that bath. Blockhead." But when Naruto got like this, there was no stopping him. Best just to follow along until he was ready to tell her what was going on. It looked like her well-deserved alone time would just have to wait. At last, the blonde finally dragged Sakura all the way to his apartment, and quickly slammed the door shut behind them. "This had better be worth it, Naruto," she hissed threateningly, brandishing her fist. "Because if it's not, I'm giving you hell to pay." Dangerously, the kunoichi then eyed the blonde, giving her knuckles a satisfying crack. The sight made Naruto physically gulp for a moment, and nervously fidget with his right pants pocket. Sakura could immediately tell something was up. "Naruto, you're acting weird. Like way more than usual. What's up?" His face then became very serious. "Sakura-chan. I owe you a great deal." "Naruto?" she questioned back at him with worried eyes. "You've taught me so much over the years. Through, everything, every battle, every enemy. You've been with me through it all. It's because of you that I was able to understand my feelings for Hinata-chan, and hers for me. You're not just my teammate, you're my best friend, Sakura-chan. And I will never be able to repay you for all the kindness and support you've given me." Sakura's bright green eyes filled with joyful tears. "My goodness. I don't know what to say," she replied with a slight gasp, clearly not expecting this abrupt declaration from him. "I guess all I can say in return is, you're welcome. I was happy to do it. You helped me grow a lot as a person, too." Really, I was just returning the favor. Both you and Sasuke-kun inspired me to be a stronger ninja. But what on earth brought all this on? Well, you see, while you were away, I came to a decision, the blonde said in a hesitant voice as he suddenly stopped messing with his pocket and instead reached inside. Sakura's eyes went absurdly wide as Naruto extracted a small velvet box from his orange sweatpants. Oh my gosh! She whispered, placing her right hand breathlessly over her chest. He then flashed her a rather bashful grin. As we were finishing up the last touches on the house, I came to realize something. If I moved into it by myself, it'd be kinda lonely. It just wouldn't be home, unless Hinata-chan was with me. Joyful tears ran down Sakura's face. And Naruto? Are you telling me? Is this really Dash? So as my best friend and sister in all things but blood. I was hoping to get your option on something, he sheepishly confessed, offering the little black box for her to hold. Carefully, Sakura removed it from his grasp. She placed the hand that had been resting against her chest atop the lid, and with a deep breath, pulled it open. And that's when Sakura knew, this wasn't an average gift. Naruto was actually planning to propose. The pink-haired woman let out an awe-inspired gasp. It's gorgeous. Damn, that's beautiful. Hinata's going to be ecstatic, cheered inner Sakura merrily. With all those orange clothes Naruto has worn over the years, who knew he actually had taste? Her green eyes danced as she took in every detail of the ring. The band was made of yellow gold. At the center was a deep blue sapphire that instantly reminded her of Hinata's hair. Around the glimmering stone was wrapped a delicately carved image of a sleeping fox. Its ears and tail were accented with tips of white, while the rest of body was formed from the same gold as the band. The little animal was loving curled around the sapphire, as if to protect it from all harm. So, do you think Hinata-chan will like it? Naruto finally blurted out, staring at her with pleading eyes. I mean, if she says, yes, that is. Naruto answered Sakura gruffly, delivering a light punch to his arm for good measure. Of course she's going to say, yes. She loves you, you big idiot. Ow, he grumbled, rubbing at the sore spot. I know, but still. Oh, hush up you, dismissed the pink-haired woman with a definitive snort. Everything will be fine. Naruto just stared back at her with a small pout, thinking to himself. Why on earth does everyone seem so sure? But Sakura ignored him and continued on. I've really got to hand it to you, Naruto. This ring is something special. Didn't think you had the right kind of eye for this stuff, but I'm glad to see I was wrong. Yeah, he replied nervously, not thinking what he was about to say. Naruto stopped the second he saw Sakura's smile freeze and her grip on the ring box dangerously tighten. Oh, he was a dead man. That is, what I mean to say. The blonde immediately tried to backtrack, but it was too late. Red anger symbols started appearing over Sakura's head as her eyes became shadowed. What does Pig have to do with this? She growled threateningly. You see, our friend started finding out what I was planned. Sakura's other arm suddenly lashed out at hearing this and grabbed Naruto by collar. I'm not the first person you told. No, not exactly. He was barely able to croak out. See, it all stared when Guy and Lee. Sakura glared at him with a violent glint in her eye. Pig helped you pick out the ring, accused the kunoichi, her fist tightening even harder around Naruto's shirt. Didn't she? He admitted, praying that Hinata would forgive him for his most untimely death. Kaeya. Sakura screamed as she clamped the ring box safely shut in her one fist and then slammed the other into Naruto's apartment floor. Sakura-chan. Naruto cried out, but it was too late. Boom. Crash. Shatter. His poor apartment building was reduced to nothing more than a pile of rubble. As the dust began to settle, two heads popped up out of the debris, a pink-haired, sheepish-looking woman, and one mad as hell blonde. "Oops," said Sakura with a sweat drop. "Kinda went a little overboard, huh?" Naruto was literally shaking next to her trying to contain his fury. "And you wonder why I won't let you within 50 feet of the new house," he snapped with raging eyes. Sakura delicately placed the box, that had luckily remained intact, in front of Naruto. "Yes, well," she said nervously, attempting to discreetly slip out of the rubble and run away. "It seems that you're not in the best mood at the moment. I am just gonna dash." Poof. The kunoichi used a substitution jutsu to leave a log in her place and made a speedy getaway. "Sakura-chan. You'd better be prepared to pay for this," the blonde yelled at the top of his lungs as he dug himself out of the rubble and then tried to catch his crazy friend. Later that night, Sakura found herself standing on the roof of her apartment, staring up at the stars. Naruto and Hinata were going to get married. Would wonders never cease? When on Earth had Naruto become adult enough to even consider such a concept? This made Sakura snort to herself. She shouldn't be so harsh. Her friend had grown leaps and bounds over the last few years, especially once he started dating Hinata. She couldn't be happier for her friends. But yet, this new turn of events made Sakura being to ponder about her own life and where it was going. Loving Sasuke had been a constant struggle for her. The man never made anything easy. They were in a good place now, but where was it all leading? Would Sasuke ever be ready to take the next step with her? Could he handle the idea of having a family again? Did she care if he did? Once the woman got started, it seemed like the whirling questions would never cease. So much uncertainty and doubt. Another thing to consider was the fact that Sasuke always seemed to be leaving her behind. Would they ever be happy and stable, like Naruto and Hinata were? Or had the darkness of war truly damaged them both beyond repair? "Sakura-chan." A familiar voice suddenly whispered from behind. "I got your message." With a rueful smile, the pink-haired woman turned and addressed the source of all her troubles. "Thought you would have stormed in and threatened Naruto within an inch of his life when you found out." "Please," Sasuke returned with a sarcastic smirk. "As if I would ever be that crass. I simply planned to kill him in his sleep. Far less messy that way." She let out a boisterous laugh as Sasuke slowly walked up to her adding, "But, all kidding aside, I'm not really sure why you're surprised. I wouldn't have let the dope date Hinata if I didn't think he intended to marry her." His blunt statement made Sakura shake her head. "I think both Hinata and Naruto would have some words with you if you ever told them that." She paused here for a moment and once again looked out over the village. Sakura barely even recognized it as the place she grew up. Sometimes it seemed like she'd blink and something else would instantly change. Did she want to take the next step like Naruto and Hinata were doing? Were she and Sasuke ready for that? "Sakura-chan." Came the gentle sound of his voice next to her ear. She felt his hand reach out and brush a few stray hairs away from her face. "Look at me." The pink-haired kunoichi released a brief sigh, as she turned to him fully. Sasuke stared back at her with his deep, emotion-filled eyes. Sakura could just tell, he knew precisely what she was thinking. "I swear to you, when I'm ready, you will be the first to know," he stressed, before placing a loving kiss upon Sakura's forehead. Tears began streaming down her cheeks. Sakura knew how much it must have taken for him to confess that. Sasuke had always been a man of few words. He felt his actions spoke far greater than meaningless pleasantries ever could. "Arigato, Sasuke-kun. Arigato." She thanked him in return, allowing his one-armed embrace to be her steadfast anchor in the uncertainty of life. It was well after 3 a.m. when Naruto finally placed his bedroll on the floor of his newly constructed home. Having to clean up the mess that was his old apartment building had been a real chore, even with his clones lending a hand. He let out a mournful sigh as he lay down to sleep, alone. Stupid Sakura. I wanted my first night to be here with Hinata. His comment made Kurama laugh sadistically within his mind. Feeling horny now, are we? No one asked you, Baka Fox, muttered Naruto under his breath. Oh come now, Kit. I can practically feel the sexual tension running through you, the demon scolded. You humans make everything so difficult. All this time and effort placed upon ceremony. Bed your vixen and be done with it already. If I wanted your opinion, I'd ask for it, the blonde growled as he turned over once again in a futile attempt to sleep, when a sharp, rapping noise from the window caught his attention. Naruto raised his eyebrow in question as he stood up and went to investigate. A carrier hawk? Odd, wonder what it's doing here at this hour, thought the blonde as he removed the scroll from the bird's leg and allowed it to return to the skies. With a deep breath, Naruto prepared himself and unrolled the note. Dobe. If I didn't think you were going to marry Hinata from the start, I would have never allowed you to date her in the first place. Team, he growled as Kurama snickered in the back of his mind. What do you mean, allow? I'm so kicking your ass the next time I see you. He took a brief moment to cool down and then continued to read. Don't know why Sakura seemed so surprised. Honestly, I didn't think it would take you this long to finally go for it. Guess you didn't have the balls to do it until now, huh? You're one to talk asshole, he practically roared at the tightly gripped piece of paper. But, truly, Naruto. I am happy for you both. The blonde simply blinked in return. Since when did Sasuke say shit like that? Sakura made me write that. Naruto let out a snort and shook his head. Figures. And, yeah, Sakura and I will pay for your apartment. Just put it on our tab. Your tab is getting larger than the entire Konoha treasury, team, he spat back. P.S. If you ever hurt Hinata-chan, I'll dump your sorry ass in a random dimension. And I don't care how much Sakura and Hinata beg, I'm not bringing you back. This last part made Naruto roll his eyes. Transporting people to other worlds had recently become Sasuke's new favorite threat. Hey, it's better than killing them, right? Was the dark-haired man's defense. Not if you always drop them in the acid dimension, dumbass, grumbled Naruto as he balled up the note and tossed it over his shoulder. With a painful sigh, the blonde once again tried to get back to sleep as Kurama merrily cackled away in his tired mind. And so, both Sakura and Sasuke now know of Naruto's intentions. As the intended day grows ever closer, the risk grows higher. When will Naruto finally propose? As always, only time would tell. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, hope you liked the chapter, guys. That was a hard one to write. Since we already know a lot about Sasuke and Sakura, I really didn't have all that much to add. Hope all the fans liked it though. And now for next time. Would you look at that? Tenten's chapter. Everybody groans, hey. I made Sai chapter great, didn't I? And well, I believe Guy and Lee will make the whole thing more than a little interesting. All this and more, next time. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key. Dobe, dead last or idiot team, bastard. Ni-chan, brother Ne-chan, sister hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal, Tu-chan, dad, informal, Ka-chan, mother. Oba-chan, granny. Arokage, perverted, or arrow in Japanese, Hokage arigato, thank you. Kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing baka, idiot. Gomen nasai, I'm sorry. Gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though, sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to believe it. It's just an exclamation like, yippee! Or huzzah! More than a tool. Disclaimer, I own none of the things. Have a happy Easter weekend if you celebrate it. And if not, then just enjoy some sweet discounted candy from the store. I know I will. LOL. Hope you like the chapter. Update, okay, to the guest reviewer who left that review I just deleted. You know who you are, I will not tolerate language like that in my review section. The other person is entitled to their opinion and I already addressed that person's criticisms in a private PM. My reviews page is not meant to be used as a war ground. I can defend my writing and artistic choices well enough on my own, thank you very much. If you don't like or agree with something I or another person said or did, make a coherent argument as to why. Because when you lower yourself to that level, it is you that looks like the fool. So once again, everyone please be mindful of what you write, because there are people on the other end of your computer screen, not bits of data. More than a tool. The sun broke the horizon as Tenten awoke from her troubled slumber. She had always been an early riser. And after having trained so religiously with Team Guy, she discovered it was quite difficult to break the habit. Grudgingly, Tenten slipped out of bed and got washed and dressed. If her stupid mind wouldn't allow her to rest, then she was going to train, damn it. So she quickly ate some breakfast and headed out to her team's old training field. Since being broken out of the infinite Tsukuyomi, the weapons master found it hard to accept this new sense of peace enveloping the village. Tenten had accepted it the last time, and look where that led. Even though she was thoroughly convinced this was in fact reality, part of her just couldn't fully accept it. Tenten had always been a pragmatic person. It was the main reason she decided to study seals and tools. Prepare for the worst, was pretty much her own personal motto, because when it happens, you'll be ready for it. And now that the war was over, all this peace and prosperity had her a little on edge. She was happy, most of the time. But in the back of her mind, she still couldn't help but wonder, when's it all going to fall apart? During the final battle, Tenten and her team had lost a great deal. And really, when you got right down to it, what had she contributed? Since childhood, Tenten had longed to be like her hero, the legendary Kunoichi Tsunade. Over and over, she repeatedly tried becoming a medical nin. It was a hard pill to swallow, but eventually she came to the realization that it was futile. This was not the path she was meant to take. Guy-sensei often says, it's true that not everything we want will come to be. But the things that we must do will always begin with that wish. Over the years, Tenten found this belief to be the most profound that her sensei has ever held. Training as a medical nin led Tenten to discover her unique talents in other areas. From then on, she strove to instead become an important kunoichi in her own right. She learned the art of sealing beyond any other ninja in existence. The unparalleled strength of her precise work was still held in the highest regards. But still, there were times when she felt inadequate when compared to the strength of her teammates Niji and Lee. Her contributions, while valuable, were often seen as being merely convenient. Oh, how she despised that word. It made her feel like she was just there to simply be used and then discarded, like a rusty tool. So she began to focus on strengthening her entire being, so that she would be able to control a force that was considered truly powerful. After years of exhaustive effort, she was ultimately able to seal raw elemental power. With the simple flick of her wrist, the natural force of the ocean was now at her command. And yet, while Tenten had made important contributions during the war, in the end, she still felt like her goal was left unaccomplished. Could she have done more? If only she had been given time to master the Bashozen before the final battle began. It perfectly harnessed all the training she had done over the years into a truly formidable weapon. If Tenten had, then maybe. An image of a gently smiling Niji flashed through her mind. No, don't think like that, she dismissed with a shake of her head. You can't change the past, only the present and the future. That was why Tenten would not sit idly by and wait rusting upon a shelf. She would train with Bashozen now. And when the kunoichi had enough money saved, she planned to open her weapons shop. Because when the time for war came again, she would be ready. The young woman, so lost in her determined thoughts, didn't notice the small canister of sleeping gas that had been tossed at her feet. Reacting on instinct, Tenten immediately began to hold her breath, but it was too late. As she lost consciousness, the distant cawing of a crow and the glint of black sunglasses were the last fragments she was able to catch before tumbling to the ground. When Tenten next awoke, she found herself bound with rope to a chair, in an infuriatingly bright room. A large spotlight appeared to be glaring down at her from overhead. The light was making it hard to see anything else in the immediate area. Her head was lightly pounding, but she was quickly able to push the pain aside. "Where am I?" the kunoichi groggily asked. Soft jazz music began playing in the background as a voice said, "Ah. I see you've finally come to." Tenten's face scrunched up in confusion. "Gai-sensei? What dash?" He scolded, waging a finger at her. "I'll be the one asking the questions." "Okay," she uncertainly replied. Dramatically, Guy then ripped the black sunglasses off his face and placed them on the table. "It has come to our attention, Tenten, that you may know more than you're letting on." The kunoichi eyed her sensei questioningly. This is part of the childish games you and Lee play, isn't it?" Guy froze at this and sweat dropped as Lee entered the room carrying a coffee mug. "Come on, Tenten, that's mean," he whined before taking a huge gulp from the cup and sat down next to Guy-sensei. "This is a top-secret mission." "Sure, it is," the brown-haired woman said condescendingly. "From who, then?" "Naruto," they both answered and immediately clamped their hands back over their mouths once they realized what they had said. "Really?" Tenten practically purred with intrigue. The blonde had been acting a little odd lately. "How interesting." "Oi. We're the ones who are supposed to be asking the questions here," exclaimed Lee as he turned on a flashlight and shined it right into Tenten's face. "Jihich," she exclaimed. "Will you cut that out?" "I'm afraid not, Tenten," offered Guy with a remorseful shake of his head. "We would not be very good interrogators if we did." "Interrogators, huh?" the brown-haired woman asked with a tired sigh. "So you really are pretending to be cops?" Guy simply coughed into his hand. "Now, we can do this the easy way, or the hard way." Lee got up into Tenten's face with the light. "Tell us everything you know about the plans." "Plans? What plans?" she growled in irritation. "You can't get someone to talk who doesn't know anything." "We can put you away for hard time," threatened Lee as best he could. "We have enough evidence." Lee, interrupted Guy-sensei with an uncertain smile. "I thought I was supposed to be bad cop." Lee blinked in confusion for a moment as he turned the flashlight off. "But Guy-sensei, I thought we agreed that I should play the bad guy this time so that I may gain insight into the mind of villains?" Guy then flashed Lee his good guy pose. But see, in real life, I am always good cop. So I felt it important to take on the opposing role for once." "But Guy-sensei, we can't both be bad cop," Lee pointed out pragmatically. One of us has to be good. I see. Truly, an interesting dilemma has presented itself, said the older gentleman in thought. We must settle this in the only honorable way possible. Rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors, Guy agreed. As the pair played out their game, Tenten rolled her eyes imploringly to the heavens. Why me? See what you left me with, Niji, the kunoichi thought to herself as she released the concealed knife hidden within a seal on her wrist. She cut herself out of the bindings and grabbed one of her weapon scrolls Lee and Guy had stupidly left laying out in full view on the interrogation room table. Oh, boys! She called to them mockingly. Gaining the duo's attention, they turned as one and immediately sweat dropped when they noticed what she was holding in her hand. Say hello to my little friends, the woman said with a sadistic grin as she released the seal upon her weapon scroll. Poof! Shing! Ah! Naruto whistled merrily to himself as he walked toward the third conference room in the Hokage's building. He was going to check on Guy and Lee's progress about convincing Tenten to help out with the engagement plans. The blonde walked up and swung open the door with a happy fox grin. Hey guys! How's it going? Did she dash? Naruto cut off what he was about to say as he took in the sight of Tenten sitting atop the bloody twitching bodies of Lee and Guy piled upon the floor. You explain all this, she hissed threateningly at him, giving the pair lying underneath her a swift kick. Now. Hi. The blonde agreed with a nervous sweat drop. After several apologies, and a quick visit to Konoha's medical ward, Tenten was now made aware that Naruto was planning to propose. And he wanted her help in doing it. The brown-haired woman was so excited. Her friend had wanted this for so long, and now it seemed like all Hinata's sweet dreams were coming true. Can you believe it, Niji? The kunoichi asked the image of her dearly departed friend, placing the picture in view of her ceiling scroll workplace. After all this time, it actually happened. Tenten practically squealed in delight as she gathered together all the supplies needed for this project. Overall, it would be the most complex series of seals she had ever made. Each mark, the amount of chakra, all of it had to be flawless for them to work together without a hitch. But as with everyone in Team Guy, Tenten would never turn down a challenge such as this. Finally, a new way for her to stretch herself and test the true extent of her skills. With a grin of pride, Tenten sat down at her desk and immediately got to work. Hours later, a soft knock at the apartment door caused Tenten to wipe the sweat from her brow and take a rather reluctant break. It was draining to connect such a complicated network of seals, but it would be worth it in the end. With a quick stretch and crack of her back, Tenten got up and walked over to the front door. Hey, what's, ugh? She abruptly finished in aggravation, when she saw a bandaged-up Lee standing there with a large fruit basket. Hi, Tenten. Can I come in? He hesitantly asked, while trying to use his present as a bribe. The brown-haired woman let out an exasperated sigh. Fine, whatever. Nervously, Lee went inside and placed the fruit basket on Tenten's kitchen table. I sorta came over to apologize for Guy-sensei and me. We, kinda got carried away. Gomen, Tenten. Lee then bowed to her with an embarrassed blush. Guy-sensei and I have been trying our best to help Naruto in any way we can, because we both know that's what Niji would have wanted. Tenten let out another sigh. She had already deduced that. Honestly, the kunoichi could never stay mad at the crazy green beasts for long. True, they were a pair of goofballs. But they were her goofballs. And deep down, she wouldn't have them any other way. Alright, apology accepted, she relented with a shrug of defeat. Just try not to go that far when it's time to enact the plan. I don't want you two ruining this for Hinata. Lee straightened back up and gave Tenten a salute. Hi. You have our most solemn word, Tenten, on our honor of being ninjas. To this, she let out a sardonic snort and began searching the fruit basket. Yeah, well, we'll see. Thanks for the peace offering though. It will help keep my energy up while I work on this. You are welcome, my friend. Lee sincerely exclaimed as he walked over to Tenten's desk and glanced at the progress she had been making. Will Naruto's ideas be that difficult to complete? Well, it's pretty complicated, I'll admit, she replied while grabbing an apple from the basket. But, nothing I can't handle. Tenten then walked back over to Lee and noticed that he had picked up her picture of Niji. He would be so happy, wouldn't he, Tenten? Lee whispered to her, his voice becoming a little hoarse. Hi, she agreed, taking the offered picture from her friend's hands. I've been thinking about him and our team a lot lately. Lee just gave her a questioning glance. In what way? Her grip on the picture frame tightened for a moment. If we really did all we could, in the final battle I mean. Honestly, in the end, I wasn't very much help at all. Tenten, said Lee, his eyes filled with concern. The things you did during the war were invaluable to us all. Lee, can I ask you something, personal? Always my friend, he sincerely replied, reaching out a supportive hand to rest upon her shoulder. What, do you see me as? Lee simply blinked at this. I'm afraid I don't understand you meaning. When you think of me, was I a valuable asset to our team, or was I just a person of convenience? A tool. Something that was meant to be used and then left behind. Never, Tenten, was his fervent reply. Gai-sensei, Niji, and I always considered you an equal. And here, Tenten finally broke. But I wasn't enough. Maybe if I had been, Niji-kun would still be alive to see all this. Tenten, Lee whispered again, drawing her into a hug as she began to cry. You did everything you could. We all did. Niji would not wish for his passing to cause you such pain. At that moment, the front door that the young woman had left unlocked, swung open. He is right, Tenten, Guy agreed as he wheeled his way into the somber scene. Do not let Niji's loss affect you in such a way. I mourn many friends that I have lost in the field of battle. When the time came, I gave everything I had to defeat Madara, and yet I still failed. Do you think any less of me? Of course not, Gai-sensei. Tenten gasped as she reached out and encompassed Guy into her and Lee's embrace. You were incredible. How could you ever think that? Then you should not think of yourself in such a way either, he stated, holding his precious students tight. You are one of the most determined and driven people I have ever known. I could not be prouder to have called you my student. And I know for a fact that Niji and Lee felt the same way as well. Hi, we love you, Tenten, Lee agreed, trying to wipe away his waterfalls of tears. And I'm certain Niji-kun is looking down on us with a smile, knowing that we will fight on in his place. His deeds and actions will live on through us, so we must continue to work as hard as we can for his sake. Arigato, you too, arigato. Thanked Tenten, finally being able to put aside her own sense of self-doubt. The woman now felt that she could let the love and support of her friends begin to heal the pain of her loss. And she would help them both do the same. As of now, a scarce number of Naruto's friends are still in the dark about his plans. As the day steadily approaches, the risks continue to mount. Will Naruto succeed? Time still has yet to tell. To be continued. Author's notes, well, that was more emotionally draining than I thought. Going to need a bit of a break after that one, guys. Phew. I put a lot into that. Let me know if you liked it. So we are almost at the end, people. Only 2 more chapters before the big event. Kiba or Shino, don't worry about Yamato, you'll see, who will be the last to know? All this and more, next time. I consider these next 2 to be important ones, guys, so expect 2 to 3 weeks for the next chapter to be out. Just warning you guys now. But reviews might help with the speed of that. LOL. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key. Dobe, dead last or idiot team, bastard. Ni-chan, brother Ne-chan, sister hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal. Tu-chan, dad, informal, ka-chan, mother. Oba-chan, granny. Arokage, perverted, or arrow in Japanese, Hokage arigato, thank you. Kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing baka, idiot. Gomen nasai, I'm sorry Gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though, sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to believe it. It's just an exclamation like, yippee. Or huzzah. Never forgotten. Disclaimer, yeah, I own nothing. Enjoy the FIC. Never forgotten. The wind whipped across Shino's face as he steadily kept pace with the blonde shinobi running beside him. It had been 2 a.m. when the emergency message had been received. Yamato's reconnaissance mission had been compromised. After hearing that his former sensei was in danger, Naruto immediately volunteered to go. Unfortunately, with both Kiba and Hinata out on an escort mission for sand, Shino was left as the only tracking expert available to assist in Yamato's retrieval. Kakashi-sama was planning to accompany them himself when Guy stopped him cold. I know how you feel, old friend, he said, placing a supportive hand on Kakashi's shoulder. But you are the Hokage now. If this new enemy heard of your involvement, they may target Yamato again in order to draw you out. Kakashi narrowed his eyes in thought, before releasing a laboring sigh. You have a valid point. But there are no other available ninja to dash. With all due respect, Kakashi-sama, interrupted Shino, taking a definitive step forward. Time is of the essence. I believe sending just Naruto and I will be sufficient for this mission. Kakashi blinked for a second, momentarily surprised that Shino was speaking out in such a bold manner. But then again, the bug user never shied away from his duty to his fellow ninja and the village as a whole. Very well, the silver-haired man finally agreed. You both leave immediately. And Naruto? Shino is in charge. But, the blonde began to protest, but Kakashi quickly cut him off. This is not up for debate. Shino isn't as emotionally attached to Yamato as you are. He will have a clearer head when approaching the enemy. Naruto appeared ready for a second to argue, but instead took an contemplative gaze at Shino. He could feel the determination and resolve flowing through the chakra of his friend. Okay, let's get going, he said at last, and the pair sped off into the night. That had been 2 days ago. Shino set a moderate, but steady pace for them to run as they approached Yamato's last known location. Apparently, once they were within a certain range, the bug user would be able to detect the woodlice larva he had implanted into Yamato before he had left the village. Needless to say, the man had been immensely unhappy with this decision at the time. I don't want bugs crawling around inside of me. People are creeped out by me enough as it is. But it would seem that Kakashi's precaution paid off. As they ran, Shino's mind couldn't help but focus on his blonde friend. Naruto was considerably more subdued than he used to be on missions of this nature. But then again, they hadn't been sent on that many together over the years. Honestly, he wasn't entirely sure the blonde shinobi considered him a friend at all. Shino always had a rather introverted personality. His interesting relationship with his insects didn't help matters in the slightest. More and more, the bug user found himself mirroring their traits. He was calm, reserved, and for lack of a better word, withdrawn. He preferred to sit back and observe rather than participate. This was especially true when it came to moments of human interaction. Shino was talented in a multitude of areas, but this one always seemed to elude him. He was the exact opposite of his blonde friend in almost every way, except one. Valuing his friends above all else. They were as precious to him as his insects, even if he did not know how to express it. Human speech was awkward, unrefined, especially when compared to the language of insects. In a colony, you are constantly reminded that you are a valued member of the collective group. For it is together that you will all either live or die. The human relationship known as friendship had always fascinated Shino. There was no equivalent to it within the insect world. And as such, the bug user longed to experience it for himself when he was a child. It had taken a great deal of effort, but eventually he had, through his teammates and by the extension the rest of the Konoha. 11, and yes, Shino meant 11. He still had a difficult time forgiving Sasuke for his actions. The village had lost a great deal because of his arrogant behavior, and forgiveness had never been one of Shino's strong suits, for himself or his friends. The insect shinobi was known as a severely loyal person. Betrayal never sat well with him in any form. And it was for those reasons, Shino was incredibly wary of considering Sasuke a friend again. Naruto on the other hand was an entirely different story. He was like a puzzle hidden within a vexing conundrum. To this day, Shino wasn't certain if the blonde considered the bug user one of his precious friends. And his doubt of it grew infinitely stronger that day, when one of his reconnaissance beetles relayed to him a startling bit of information. But there wasn't time to address it now, the mission took precedence. Yamato's life was in jeopardy and Shino needed to focus solely on the mission. How much longer until we reach the campsite? Naruto questioned at long last as they rushed through the swaying trees. Not long, though I'm uncertain how long it will take for my insects to detect the woodlice. I currently have them searching in a 50-foot radius of our location. Naruto simply nodded his head in understanding. Okay, I'll keep trying to see if I can pick up his chakra signature as well. I hope he's okay. Yamato-sensei is a strong and capable shinobi. Have faith in him, we will do our best to reach him in time. Hi, Naruto agreed, and with that the pair sped faster towards their destination. It took over 3 hours to track Yamato's location after discovering his ransacked campsite. When they found him, he was completely surrounded by a large group of enemy ninja. His right leg was bleeding badly and Naruto could sense that his chakra reserve had reached its limit. Of course, the second they spotted Yamato-sensei, Naruto was ready to simply dive in and beat the crap out of them. But Shino's outstretched arm held him back. There are too many at the moment, Naruto, even for you, stated Shino with his usual calculating resolve. If they were able to harm Yamato-sensei to this extent, it means they must have several high-ranking ninjas within their ranks. We must identify them and take them out before we proceed. The blonde's eyes narrowed for a moment, and then turned bright gold as he entered sage mode. Hi, you're right. There are 23 with large chakra reserves, they aren't even remotely tapped at this point. What do you suggest we do? Divide and conquer, he answered, stretching out his arms. I'll send out a large swarm to distract them in mass, with some chakra-absorbing beetles hidden within. They will seek out the ones you identify as being strong. Hopefully, a few will be able to reach their targets and discreetly absorb a portion of their power without being detected. I'll add in a few paralytic mosquitoes to weaken their overall ranks as well. As the chaos ignites, send in a group of your shadow clones to take out as many of the underlings as possible. I'll also try to isolate the stronger fighters so you can take them out one at a time. Sounds like a solid plan to me, Naruto agreed with a smirk. I take it that while this is all going on, you'll be making your way to Yamato, sensei, am I right? The bug user gave him a quick nod. Indeed. Yash. Let's get started then, Naruto exclaimed as the bug user unleashed his swarm upon the unsuspecting enemy. The cloud of insects descended upon the shinobi army like a plague. When Yamato saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his backup arrived just in the nick of time. Working together, Naruto and Shino were able to take care of the ninjas in a reasonable amount of time. After patching up Yamato and helping him to replenish his chakra with some of Shino's insects, they traveled for several hours to make absolutely sure they weren't followed. When night finally started to fall, they decided to set up camp for the night. Yamato used his woodjutsu to create a secure wooden structure as a means of shelter. Exhausted, the dark-haired man released a massive yawn. Both Shino and Naruto insisted that he take an extended rest, that they would stand watch for the majority of the night. It was clear proof of how worn Yamato was from the fight when he barely protested before giving in and allowed sleep to take him. Shino offered to take first watch, but Naruto said he wasn't tired yet and offered to sit with him for a while. It was odd behavior. Especially, considering that it came from Naruto. But Shino found it rather refreshing, to simply sit quietly by the fire with the blonde, watching the fireflies float by. But it would seem that this reflective moment was destined to be short-lived, when Naruto began coughing into his hand. Yes, replied Shino, calmly turning to address him. Is there something you wanted to discuss? Naruto blushed a bit that, realizing he wasn't acting the most subtle. Well, yeah, about a couple of things actually, you know we haven't had much time to talk since the end of the war. It is understandable. We have both had a pressing number of obligations in rebuilding the 5 ninja nations. Yeah. Said Naruto nervously as he rubbed the back of his neck. It's just I've been thinking a lot about the stuff that happened back during the war, and I kinda wanted to ask something. Shino said nothing in reply. He simply sat there, eerily staring at the blonde through his darkly shaded sunglasses. Naruto took a very audible gulp. Okay, I'll take that as, go ahead, then. Back during the fight, you said to one of my clones that you were surprised I even knew your chakra signature. What did you mean by that? Shino turned his head back to the fire as he answered. Naruto, it is quite apparent that you and I have very little in common. We do not socialize often outside of random encounters, and when we do, Kiba or Hinata usually acts as our buffer. To be frank, I was surprised was because you regularly neglect to acknowledge I am even present most of the time. Let alone, deem me important enough to remember a personal fact such as my chakra signature. Shino. Naruto whispered, his voice ringing with hurt. But, the bug user acknowledged with a light sigh. This is not entirely your fault either. I do not outwardly try to nurture our relationship. And yet, I still find myself hurt by it all the same. When Shino turned his head back to Naruto, he was met with blue eyes positively shimmering with sadness. Gomen nasai. I didn't intend to hurt you this way. I know very well what it's like to feel like you are invisible. I never meant to treat you like that, my friend. Friend? Shino questioned, knowing that asking such a thing would only cut Naruto deeper, but he simply wanted to know, once and for all, if the blonde considered him as one. Do you truly think of me that way? Naruto took sharp hiss of breath. Of course I do. You're one of my most precious friends. How could you dash? Then why have you not discussed with me your intentions to wed Hinata? He shot back, before Naruto could start on what was most likely going to be a long-winded speech. He croaked out, completely taken off guard. You figured it out, too? But Shino's shaded eyes did not stray from Naruto's face. He wanted an answer, now. When we were trying to pinpoint Yamato-sensei's location, one of my beetles discovered the ring box residing within your pocket. The second the insect had relayed this information to him, Shino knew the only thing the blonde could be planning to do was propose. Naruto immediately paled as the bug user continued, Hinata is my teammate and one of my closest friends. So if you truly do consider me to be important, why did you not tell me? Shino accused, his bugs swirling around him like an angrily brewing storm. Hold on. Came a yawning voice from behind, as a groggy-eyed Yamato walked onto the scene. So wait. You're planning to propose to Hinata-chan? You didn't tell me that either. Oh, hell, the blonde swore as his face became red as fire. What are you doing up? Yamato rubbed at his deeply circled eyes. Some stupid, crow cawing woke me. So why are we the last to know? You guys aren't the last to know, okay? Naruto yelled. In defense, as the two creepy men ganged up on him. Prove it, Yamato demanded, his face taking on a scary look like he was about to steal Naruto's soul. Yes, Naruto, prove it, Shino added, his bugs encompassing both men like a pair of vengeful demons. The blonde cowered under their gaze for a moment, before shaking it off. Defiantly, he stood up to them with an irritated yell, fine. Shows what you know. I didn't tell, wait no, I told Kurenai-sensei privately after I got permission from the Hyuga Council. But then there's also. Wait no. Temari already spilled the beans to Gaara and Kankuro. As Naruto listed off each person, Shino and Yamato become progressively more depressed as shame lines appeared over their heads. When the blonde finally resorted to counting people with his fingers, it really became sad. And then, no. Gama-chan already told everyone on Mount Mayaboku. Oh yeah. Bison dash. No. I had Choji deliver that letter to him a few days ago. It was then that Naruto noticed the words, shame. Always forgotten. The last to know. Literally hovering over his deeply shadowed friends. Now, he said with pacifying hands and a sweat drop. I'm sure there's. Oh. Yes, he said at last, puffing out his chest in victory. Kiba does not know. I'm sure of it. There, see. You guys aren't the last. This revelation snapped Shino and Yamato out of their stupor. Sharing a skeptical look, they quickly huddled together for a whispered meeting. Kiba, huh? He is a person. The two then stopped and turned as one to glare at Naruto. Does Akamaru know? Shino asked in a matter-of-fact tone. He stuttered in reply, not expecting such a question. Don't think so. This response caused further hushed discussion that sounded like. Akamaru smarter than Kiba, so that probably means he doesn't. Suddenly, the pair stood straight up as Shino extended Naruto his hand. Very well, we shall accept this. Yeah, great. He answered, nervously shaking Shino's hand while privately wondering how bad Kiba was going to react if these guys were taking it this badly. So anything else you wish to tell us? I have been gone a while, inquired Yamato, sitting down with the boys for a nice chat. The blonde then briefly explained how he started fixing his parents' old house and how that led him to his decision to marry Hinata. Naruto. Yamato pointed out with a sweat drop. You do realize that if you had just waited until I returned, I could have recreated the entire structure for you free of charge, right? The blonde blinked at his sensei for a second before dramatically slapping his forehead. Gah. Duh. Wood powers, right? Shino let out an undignified snort and Yamato broke into robust laughter. Ruefully, the blonde shook his head and joined in as well. From there, Naruto told them all about his engagement plans and how he was trying to find a way to fit all his friends in. In that case, the bug user declared, his sunglasses flashing with a glint of light. I believe it is time to reveal to you my most treasured secret. Both Naruto and Yamato shared a confused glance, neither having a clue what the dark-haired man was talking about. Suddenly, the fireflies hovering outside flew to Shino and began flashing in sync with one another. Over these past few years, I have been cultivating an alter ego, if you will. Okay, Naruto answered nervously, wondering where the heck this was leading. And that would be: I am known throughout the 5 great ninja nations as an up-and-coming musical talent, he stated as the fireflies put on an elaborate light show around him. For you see, I am DJ Beatles. The bug user struck a dynamic pose and moved his head back and forth saying, "Uns, uns, uns." His friends simply stared at him dumbfounded. Shino? I have no idea who that is, Naruto admitted with a sweat drop, causing the bug user to once again hang his head in shame. A contemplative look graced Yamato's face, before snapping his fingers in surprise. Oh. I think I do though. A lot of the younger kids in the village have been talking about a guy in a beetle mask playing new music at the school dances. His work seems to have caught on with the new generation in a big way. Really? Asked Naruto, surprised he hadn't noticed. I'm impressed, Shino, good for you. But, you don't like being in the spotlight very much. Why did you do it? Yes, well, he confessed shyly, stuffing his hands back into his jacket pockets. I have always loved music. It is an interesting form of expression and communication. I had been helping Irika-sensei with a lesson one day and overheard that the DJ they had hired for the school dance quit. I offered my services to fill in and it just grew from there. I wear the beetle mask so that I can be a bit more removed from the situation. And well, also to keep the somewhat rabid fangirls at bay. Naruto snickered at the gentle blush gracing the bug user's cheeks. I think that might actually be making it worse, man. Girls are drawn to guys they consider mysterious. I suppose, honestly I don't have much experience in that area, he explained with a quick cough, then decided to change the subject. Regardless, I am offering you my services. Make of them what you will, I wish to help in any way that I can. The blonde lightly smirked, reached out and gave Shino a brief hug. Thanks, that means a lot. And I'm sorry if I ever made either of you feel invisible or forgotten. I never meant to, everyone just started finding out and it all snowballed from there. I know I get caught up in what's going on in my life a lot, and that I sometimes forget to listen to others. It's something I need to work on, Hinata's been helping me with that. Shino smiled under his collar. That was something he was immensely glad to hear, for both his and Hinata's sake. Apology accepted. I concur, Yamato replied with a tired grin. Now, I don't know about you boys, but I'm going to rest for a bit more. Have a good night, and remember I want us on our way before dawn. And with that, he left the young men alone with their thoughts. As Naruto lay down to get some sleep as well, his mind drifted to a few other things they had discussed. Hey, Shino, that day, during the war, that bug user guy, he was really important to you, wasn't he? The blonde asked wistfully, staring at the back of his friend's head. Hi. He confirmed, his name was Toryun, and he was like a brother to me. Oh, sorry I brought it up again, he mumbled feeling stupid. Didn't mean to open old wounds. No, it is all right, the bug user answered in a contemplative voice. You are my friend after all. Your worry is understandable. Hinata-chan has taught you a great deal about empathy since you began dating, hasn't she? Naruto couldn't help but smirk to this. Yeah, she sure has. You have done her a lot of good as well. Hinata-chan is one of strongest people I know. But she has never been able to see her own innate power. She's confident now, secure in who she is, and it is all thanks to you. Always honor and love her, Naruto. That is all I ask, because you are everything to her. I will, if she'll have me, he whispered in response, drifting off to sleep. I promise. Good. The bug user responded to Naruto's now lightly snoring form. Because I believe when Kiba does know, he will be far more abrasive in driving this point than I. And so, more of Naruto's precious people have uncovered his secret. There is only one person still remaining, who is unaware of Naruto's intentions. How will Kiba react to being the last person to know? As always, only time would tell. To be continued. Author's notes, AUGH. That took forever. It was really a hard chapter to write. Hopefully, I got the balance of funny versus serious right. Shino is a very hard character to focus on, but he's also really interesting too. I thought Yamato worked as a good go-between for the two, being as he's a little like Shino in the creepy department. But Kiba's chapter, oh now that is going to be fun. I've got some great plans for that one. How will he react to being the last to know? The Alpha Wolf, next time. So, one more chapter to go before the big event. More to come soon. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key. Dobe, dead last or idiot team, bastard. Ni-chan, brother Ne-chan, sister hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal. Tu-chan, dad, informal, ka-chan, mother. Oba-chan, granny. Arokage, perverted, or arrow in Japanese, Hokage arigato, thank you. Kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing baka, idiot. Gomen nasai, I'm sorry Gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though, sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to believe it. It's just an exclamation like, yippee. Or huzzah. The Alpha Wolf. Disclaimer, crow? Blinks what crow? You people are all crazy. Oh, and I don't own Naruto. Sorry for the long wait on this one, but life you know. Crow flies behind mists with her completely unaware. The Alpha Wolf. Okay, said Kiba as he and Akamaru walked home from Ichiraku's. Something is definitely going on with Naruto. Now, Kiba wasn't the sharpest kunai in the drawer, he fully admitted that. But there were times when the canine shinobi had his moments. And really, it was kinda hard to miss. While they were at the ramen stand, Naruto was acting way more skittish than usual. He jumped at the smallest noise, his eyes were nervously twitching like a fox caught in a trap. Back and forth he went, checking and rechecking the seats around him, as if waiting for something catastrophic. The blonde had been pretty much set to snap at any minute. Hey, Naruto, Kiba called out, after picking up his takeout. You doing okay? The blonde nearly fell right off his stood. Oh, hi, Kiba. I'm doing alright. Everything is going fine. Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies. He laughed nervously into his ramen. Kiba and Akamaru shared a look. Okay, anyway. Kakashi told me to send you up to his office before I went home. I think he's got some sorta mission for ya. Huh? What? The blonde asked with tired blink. Oh, okay. Thanks, have a nice night, Kiba. The wolf boy gave him a wicked grin and a wave. Sure, man, you too. And so off they went into the night, wondering just what the heck was up with his friend. I'm not reading too much into this, am I, Akamaru? He asked his dear companion with a raised eyebrow. The dog averted his eyes and gave his master a noncommittal whine. Kiba's eyes narrowed. Hold on a minute, I know that tone. There's something you're not telling me, aren't you? But instead of answering, Akamaru began curiously sniffing the air. Huh? What's wrong? Kiba asked, taking a quick whiff as well. The canine touched his nose to the ground and traced the scent he back to a green bush planted near the side of the road. His quarry found, Akamaru growled threateningly at his prey. Hey, easy there, boy. What you'd find, he questioned, trying to see what had caught the dog's attention. The bush rustled for a moment, before a large black crow burst from the safety of its leaves and cried, "Caw. Caw." The black bird made a hasty exit as Akamaru proudly wagged his tail in triumph. You crazy old pup, Kiba teased, giving his best friend a well-deserved belly rub. Now what was that all dash? Ahhhwwo suddenly came a great howl as what appeared to be a genuine mob, made up entirely of his family members, came barreling through town. And on their backs, they seemed to be carrying something tied to a stake pole. Naruto? Kiba exclaimed, watching his sister and mother march his helpless friend through the streets. Kiba! Get your crazy family off of me, he cried as Kiba's female cousins dragged Naruto along like a newly caught piece of game. Wait a second, the women thought the canine shinobi, before old man Leakin interrupted his thoughts. Kiba! There ya are, my boy. 'Twas worried that ya were gonna to miss it, he said with an almost predatory grin. Gramps, the wolf trainer yelled. What in the heck are you all doing? You can't just go dragging around the next Hokage like a hunk of meat. Leakin gave Kiba a hearty slap to the back. The hell we can't. 'Tis the right of bonding, son. Ya know that. Now, come on. Ya don't want to be late. And with that, the old man took off after the crazy mob, howling all the way. Completely dumbfounded, Kiba stood there staring at their retreating backs. The right of, oh, no. Oh man. Wild-eyed, Kiba turned imploringly to Akamaru, hoping that he was wrong. But that's only 4 dash. Poor Kiba, his friend's gruff bark and pitying whine only confirmed his fears. Come on, he said, for once, becoming deadly serious. If you're right. Then we'd better fill the dumbass in about what's going on. Kiba remembered the first time he met Naruto back at the academy. Man, the blonde sure was a loser. The guy couldn't even perform a simple jutsu right. But he never gave up. At first, Kiba thought he was an idiot. And while the wolf trainer was loath to admit it, he and Naruto were a lot alike. They were hot-tempered, loud, and rather blunt when trying to make a point. But, in the end, the blonde always succeeded where Kiba only failed. It seemed like Naruto was perpetually one step ahead of him. Which was why the wolf trainer now viewed him as a rival. He was the reason Kiba made Kakashi-sensei teach him the shadow clone technique. Eventually, the canine shinobi discovered a way to strengthen his own clan's transformation jutsu with it. Even though the blonde was well on his way to becoming Hokage, Kiba wasn't really jealous of him. His friend merely presented him with yet another bar to climb. He still wanted the job for himself, but as long as Naruto was in the lead, Kiba would continue pushing after him to reach greater heights. He never really got what Hinata saw in the blonde on a romantic level though. But he supported her nonetheless. Over the years, the dark-haired woman had become like a second sister to him. He was protective and supportive in whatever path she chose. If they truly were performing the rite of bonding tonight, then that could only mean one thing. Naruto was planning to propose. Which unfortunately meant, Naruto and Hinata were in for quite a few surprises when it came to Inuzuka clan traditions. When Kiba finally made it to his clan's training hall, his mother and sister were already readying Naruto to the wooden stake at the edge of the field. "Sama." Naruto exclaimed, tugging at his bonds. "What the heck is going on?" The head of the Inuzuka clan gave him a fong-filled smile. "All in due time, Blondie." "Oh," seductively purred Suki, Kiba's cousin, as she grabbed Naruto's chin with her hand. "He is a fine one. I just love to run my claws up and down his back, any time." The blonde audibly gulped and began sweating bullets. "Oh my," Kurama growled wickedly in Naruto's mind, "I do believe I like this clan." "Baka Fox," he hissed under his breath as Hana, Kiba's sister, simply shook her head. "You'll have to win him first, if you want to do that." "Win me," the blonde practically screeched as Suki began nuzzling her face against his chest. Kurama let out a boisterous laugh. "Yes, I most definitely like them." It was then that Naruto's fanatically searching eyes spotted Kiba and Akamaru entering through the door. "Cut it out, Suki," the wolf trainer scolded, yanking her away from his friend. "He's going to piss himself before this thing even gets started." "Kiba," the blonde yelled in desperation, "thank goodness. Your crazy family kidnapped me." "Yeah, about that," he growled, waving his hand at the growing assembly of women. "You do know what this is, right?" Naruto rapidly shook his head. "No. I was in Kakashi's office when they burst in with rope and a pole." Then Arokage got this weirdly perverted look on his face. Akamaru snickered as Kiba face-palmed. "Did he say anything else?" "Yeah, that this was a clan matter. And by law, I wasn't allowed to escape," the blonde shinobi explained with a pout. "Then he just waved goodbye as your insane family dragged me off into the streets." "Naruto. I just have one question," said the wolf man with a laboring sigh. "Are you seriously planning to do it?" "Do what?" he returned with a confused blink. "Propose to Hinata." Kiba spat back at his friend. "Because that's the only reason why they would bring you here." The second he said this, Naruto full out snapped. "How in the hell does everyone freaking know?" "Wait, what are you saying?" the canine shinobi asked in confusion. "Who else knows?" Shino's reaction instantly came to Naruto's mind as he desperately tried to think up an excuse. A couple people, you know." Kiba's look became a glare as Akamaru let out a quick bark next to him. "Yeah, well, neither of you are off the hook. So how many of our friends know, Naruto? Come on, spit it out." The blonde began sweating profusely. All of them," he admitted, at last, with a cringe. In giant letters, the phrase, "the last Tio no," appeared over Kiba's head. Dramatically, the heavy statement then fell, flattening him to the ground. His arms could be seen twitching from underneath the enormous lettering, as stars whirled around his head. Eventually, the wolf trainer was able to extract himself from beneath the crushing words. "Naruto," he said threateningly, "I'm gonna dash." Hana scolded while grabbing him by the ear. "Not until after the ritual, you're not. We need him conscious. Remember?" The blonde sweat dropped at hearing this. Conscious, for what? Exactly? You guys still haven't told me." After escaping his sister's grasp, Kiba finally explained what the strange gathering was all about. Within the Inuzuka clan, there's a special ritual all females must take part in if they are planning to wed. It is called the rite of bonding. Since Hinata is considered an honorary member, she must take part in it as well. Naruto interrupted him here, but Kiba. If you tell her that Mom and sis would never let that happen, so don't worry, he answered reassuringly. They've done this tons of times with outsiders before. All of the women here know better than ruin this for Hinata. The blonde's worried blue eyes didn't seem any lighter though. Okay. I guess so. Honestly dude, you should have come to me sooner. Kiba joked, giving him a friendly smack to the shoulder. I could have helped you plan something really romantic. I'm not considered Konoha's ladies' man, for nothing. We quick cut to a Jack Sparrow-esque montage of various women violently slapping Kiba across the face. The wolf man's teeth sparkled as he pointed to himself proudly. Replied Naruto, as sarcastically as possible. Sure you are. Hey! Watch dash. But Kiba was unable to finish his statement, because right at that moment, Hinata arrived on the scene. Oh, Naruto-kun, she exclaimed, her delicate hands covering her mouth in surprise. Same-sama. What on earth is the meaning of this? Kiba's mother walked over to her with wide-open arms. Welcome to the party my dear, she greeted with a fanged smile. As you know, when one is considered an honorary member of a clan, there are certain complex obligations. You remember this from your initiation, correct? Slowly, Hinata's hands dropped back to her sides. She answered, Hi, Tsum-sama. Good, she practically purred. You see, when a girl is with someone for over a year, she is considered to be in a serious relationship. Kiba's mother boldly laughed at Hinata's embarrassed blush. Come now, there's nothing to be shy about. The clan just wants to fully acknowledge you as a woman. And by our laws, this can only be done through the art of ritualistic battle. Ritualistic? Asked Hinata with a confused blink, while Naruto uncontrollably squawked out, battle? The blonde then imploringly glanced at his friend. Kiba, what does she mean by that? But the young man said nothing in reply. His fists tightened a bit as he kept his eyes solely trained on Hinata. Tsum let out an amused snort. The hierarchy of our clan is based on that of the wolf pack. In order for a lower-ranked female to mate with the alpha, she must first defeat all others in combat. And so it is that you, my dear, must now do the same. The women of the Inuzuka clan howled as one, their voices a chorus, singing of battle. Hinata's face took on a stern look of determination. It was one that Naruto rarely saw her wear. Clearly, his girlfriend was taking this challenge very serious. Wait, what? The blonde exclaimed in shock. You want her to dash? Naruto, shut up. Kiba commanded, and for the first time ever, the future Hokage actually listened. Tsum continued on as if the boys hadn't spoken, her sharp stare never leaving Hinata's doe-like eyes. Beat us in honorable combat, Hinata-sama, and Naruto-kun is yours. If you don't, you will no longer be considered part of our clan. All contracts with the Hyuga will be rendered null and void. And any further relationship you chose to have with Naruto-kun will no longer be recognized by us. This caused the blonde to sputter in protest. This is insane, Hinata. Immediately, Kiba rounded on him, looking the fiercest Naruto had ever seen him. Believe in her, he declared, echoing Shino's heated words from years ago. She's strong. I accept your challenge, Tsum-sama, she replied with unwavering resolve. I will not fail. Good, that's what I was hoping to hear, the head of the Inuzuka clan replied, as 5 other single women, including Hana, surrounded Hinata from all sides. And with a gleeful smile, Tsum hissed, begin. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Immediately, Suki drew a kunai and lunged at her, thirsty for blood. Using her 8 trigrams vacuum palms, Hinata was able to easily deflect the attack. Akamaru growled at the female's canines sitting off to the side. "Don't worry," said Kiba, addressing Naruto. "They can't use their companions in this fight. And if any of them try, Akamaru will stop them." "Yeah. Look, Kiba," the blonde said uncertainly. "Hinata is strong, but I still dash." Just then, Suki made a reckless dive to slice at Hinata's shoulder, but the dark-haired woman's gentle fist technique immediately took her down with a few quick blows. "She always like this, you know," Kiba stated, refusing to take his eyes off the battle. "Whenever you're injured or in danger." Seizing the opportunity, Hana targeted Hinata's left with a swift kick to the ribs. Naruto gave his friend a thoughtful look. "Yeah. I know." "No, I don't really think you do," the canine shinobi growled fiercely. "When we were younger, I always tried to protect her. Because I knew what a kind and gentle person she was." Hana got in a sound strike to Hinata's side, but she was still able to dodge away. "She's changed so much these last few years. And it's all because of you." Anticipating Hana's next attack, Hinata caught her right arm, deflected it up, and administered a gentle fist strike underneath, thereby rendering the limb useless. "Every time you faltered, Hinata's been there to protect and empower you." Hana drew back as the other 3 women banded together in an attempt to take down the dark-haired Hyuga. "Remember this, Naruto," the wolf trainer emphasized. "Forever burn this fight into your memory." All 3 women were then violently blown back from Hinata performing Niji's signature move, the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. This is the fierceness of her love for you, being put on full display. Some gave the heavily breathing Hinata a fanged grin, as she crouched down into her own fighting stance. "My turn," she growled, lashing out with her claws. "OMG. This is so freaking hot." Kurama lustfully purred in Naruto's mind. "Shut up, Baka Fox," the blonde hissed, hoping that Kiba wouldn't hear. It didn't seem like he had, because the wolf trainer simply continued on with his speech, "This passion, this fire with which she's fighting dash." With barely any effort, Hinata ignited her twin lion fists. And both women began trading a series of such strong blows that it left all the other spectators speechless. "It is all for you. And only you." As Tsum pulled her clawed hand back to strike another mighty blow, Hinata saw her opening, and uppercut the head of the Inuzuka clan right in the jaw, sending the woman flying up and back, before slamming in return to the unforgiving ground. "This is how much she loves you." The 2 women stared each other down, both rapidly huffing in an attempt to catch their breath. Neither broke eye contact, they were sizing one another up just as they would in the wild. At last, Tsum tumbled to her knees and bowed in defeat. "I always knew there was a wolf hiding in that sheep's clothing." She then issued her opponent a wicked smirk. "I yield, Hinata-sama. You are the alpha wolf, Naruto-kun is yours." Hhwo, everyone in the hall howled except for Naruto and Hinata. The dark-haired woman then snapped out of whatever trance she was under and realized just what she had done. "Tsum-sama," she gasped, immediately calling forth her mystical palm technique in order to heal the older woman. "Forgive me. I didn't mean to dash." "Nonsense!" Tsum exclaimed, giving Hinata a supportive pat on the back. "You were supposed to give this fight everything you had. It's show your mate how tough you are, so that he never forgets it." This declaration made Hinata blush in embarrassment, causing Tsum to burst out in laughter. "Enough of feeling guilty now, for it's time we celebrate. Right, ladies?" All the women in the hall then gathered round Hinata and lifted her up upon their shoulders. Enthusiastically, they all started chanting, "Food! Food! Booze! Booze!" The wild female mob then carried her out into the streets of Konoha, intending to enjoy this night to its fullest. The second they left, all the men cheered, "The women are gone. Let's party." Several older gentlemen broke out large jugs of sake, and began gushing over what a spectacular battle it had been. Really, the best in ages. Naruto simply hung there, still tied to his pole, feeling kinda numb. "So, that's it?" "Yup." Kiba replied with a wide grin. "Nothing else left to do, but party." Akamaru joyfully barked in agreement, wagging his tail back and forth. "Oh," said the blonde as he searched for something to say. Everything you said? I'll remember it, Kiba, I promise." The canine shinobi merely snorted at this. "You'd better. Because Hinata's like a sister to me. If she doesn't kick your sorry ass for doing something stupid, then I will." A quick growl from Akamaru also implied that he meant to do the same. "Okay, you guys made your point," Naruto conceded. "Now, will one of you cut me down?" "Oh, no can do, sonny," answered Lekin as he hobbled over to the young men. "Ya see, tradition dictates that the male must remain tied to the post for the entire night." "What?" Naruto screamed aghast as Kurama cackled merrily in his mind, "I adore this clan." Kiba took the offered sake bottle from Lekin and had a swig. "It's so you can have enough time to reflect on what you saw or something stupid like that. You are pretty much just forced to watch us eat and drink until the women come back. And trust me kiddo, that'll be a long time," the old man added with wicked laughter. All poor Naruto could do was sweat drop, and hang his head in defeat. It was going to be one heck of a night. "Stupid wolf clan," he muttered under his breath, but both men pretended not to hear him. As Kiba had another swig of his drink, he reminisced about his life and where it had led. Even though he wasn't the Hokage, or even the Alpha Wolf, Kiba was still happy. He had his family and his friends. Honestly, he couldn't ask for anything more. Except, maybe a steady girlfriend. But when all was said and done, he was totally fine with just being the alpha male instead. And so, the last of Naruto's friends has discovered his secret. The time had finally arrived. Will his spectacular plans for proposing to Hinata succeed? Or will everything go up in flames? It would seem that time is, at last, ready to tell. To be continued. Author's notes: so yeah, since Kiba is so similar to Naruto, the thing that makes him really interesting to me is his family. I adore the Inuzuka clan so much. And we barely ever see them. That, and I wanted Hinata to soundly win a fight. Because she's always batted away like a freaking insect whenever she stands her ground. Also, is it just me, or does it look like in the manga that Akamaru screwed that cat and had demonic hybrid cat/dog babies? Because that's what it looked like to me. Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. Anyway, it has finally arrived. The moment you have all been waiting for. The proposal. Next time. It will probably be around a 2-3 week wait though. I really need to read over everything I wrote again and outline the crap out of it so it all comes out perfect. But more will come soon. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key. Dobe, dead last or idiot team, bastard. Nichan, brother Nachan, sister hi, yes. Itadakimasu, it's a traditional Japanese phrase that means, I thank you for the meal. Otusan, father, formal, Tuchan, dad, informal, Ka-chan, mother. Obachan, granny. Arokage, perverted, or arrow in Japanese, Hokage arigato, thank you. Kami, god or spirit. Chibi, short, cute style of drawing baka, idiot. Gomen nasai, I'm sorry Gomen, sorry. Bento box, the Japanese term for a lunch box, or a boxed lunch of some kind. Shogi, Japanese chess. Kunoichi, female ninja. Shinobi, ninja, not sure if it's just used for males though. Sensei, teacher. Databeo, Naruto's catchphrase in Japanese. It doesn't actually translate to believe it. It's just an exclamation like, yippee! Or huzzah! The proposal. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto. Duh! That's why I'm writing fan fiction. And now, without further ado, the moment you have all been waiting for. Enjoy! The proposal. Hinata slowly walked home from the grocery store. She found herself rather sullen that day. It had been over a week since she'd last seen Naruto-kun. Lately, Kakashi-sama had been sending him on a great deal of missions. The dark-haired woman knew they were important, but the distance always took a toll on her heart. With a tired sigh, Hinata opened the main door to the Hyuga residence and prepared herself for another lonely day without her fox. That is, until Hanabi ran up to greet her. There you are, Nei-chan. I've been looking everywhere for you. The teenage girl pulled a scroll out of her bag and started waving it under her sister's nose. An important message just came. Really, how strange, Hinata said, exchanging the groceries she was carrying for the offered scroll. Well, come on now, her sister encouraged. Hurry up and open it. This made the dark-haired woman pause. Why did Hanabi seem so excited about this? With a light shrug, Hinata brushed off the odd feeling and unrolled the scroll. Poof! Out popped a tiny, yellow, origami fox. Oh, she exclaimed in surprise, having not anticipated something being sealed inside. The second Hinata realized what it was, the sight of it made her smile. This was Naruto's way of telling her that he was all right. However, when she lifted the fox from off the paper, another seal broke, and a note became etched in its place. It read, Dear Hinata-chan. First off, I wanted to say that I miss you, and I hope you are doing well. This past week has been really hard without you, and I'm sure it sucked for you as well. Especially since I've been gone so much lately. The woman let out a sad sigh, feeling that familiar ache of longing before she continued reading. So, I decided to do something special to help make it up to you. Our friends have helped me set up a kind of scavenger hunt. Decipher the riddles and follow the clues. Because at the end, there'll be a big surprise waiting for you. You're gonna love it. Hinata blinked for a second. What a clever idea, she thought to herself with a gentle smile. Naruto-kun so thoughtful, he must have put a lot of work into this. But as the woman read on, the next sentence gave her pause. Or at least, I really hope you do. Odd, that final sentence didn't really sound right, like Naruto was doubting himself. It didn't happen often, but there were times when the truly vulnerable side of her fox shone through. She'd have to get him to open up and talk about it once he returned. Anyway, here's your first clue. Find the blue crane at the spot that used to be built for one, but now has room for two. Hinata pondered, placing her finger to her chin. Blue crane. I wonder dash. A sudden cry of "CAW" then drew the woman's attention as a crow flew out of nowhere and started pecking about Hanabi's head. Gah! Crazy bird! Shoo! Shoo! "CAW," the ruffled creature cried, before making its escape. Nutty thing, Hanabi huffed, pulling black feathers out of her hair. Anyway, you'd better get going. Wait, said Hinata curiously as she eyed her sister. I didn't tell you what the scroll said yet. To which, the teenager immediately sweat dropped. Oops. Okay, fine. You caught me, I'm in on it, too. After admitting this, Hanabi began pushing her sister towards the door. Look, I'll handle all your chores today. Just get going. Naruto-kun put a lot effort into planning this, so just enjoy it. Okay? Well, if you insist, the dark-haired woman reluctantly agreed as the teen girl practically shoved her back outside. I do, Hanabi grumbled, with a wave goodbye. Have a fun day. And with that, she ducked back through the main door and slammed it closed behind her. Oh, Hanabi-chan, always so dramatic, Hinata thought with a rueful grin as her attention turned back to the riddle. A place that had been made for one, but now has room for two. She muttered to herself aloud. Honestly, that could mean a lot of places. But it was clearly something both she and Naruto considered to be important. Hinata thought back to their shared past. He had been alone a great deal as a child. Almost every day after lessons, she would see him sitting on his. That's it, the dark-haired woman gasped, realizing she had stumbled upon the answer. Quickly, Hinata rolled back up the scroll and took off towards the academy. During their first date, Naruto and Hinata discovered that a new swing had been placed where the old one used to reside. When Naruto's birthday approached that year, she asked Inari to take on a bit of a side project for her. Hinata came to a stop as she reached the new school building. It was so large and modern now, far removed from the old wooden structure they used to study in. But one object of the past still remained, with a minor addition. Instead of a single swing, swaying solitary in the breeze, there were now two. The pair dangled on opposite sides of the tree, ready for any passerby to come and rest upon them. Naruto had been deeply touched by the small gesture. From now on, no child needed to sit there alone. With a wistful sigh, Hinata approached the swings and noticed something odd resting upon the one seat, an over-the-shoulder bag, with a blue origami crane placed upon it. She covered her mouth and let out a breathy laugh, knowing what the paper bird meant. Idly, Hinata wondered what Naruto had done to get Sasuke to take part in this. But in the end, it didn't really matter, it was a sweet gesture from them both. The dark-haired woman walked over to the swing and crouched down in front of it. Reaching out with her delicate hands, she gently removed the parcel from the seat. Hinata then flipped open the bag and looked inside. Her eyes sparkled with joy, as she found another sealing scroll. Immediately, she took it out and unrolled it, curious to see where this little adventure was leading next. The scroll came open with a great asterisk poof, asterisk, and when the smoke cleared, another note and origami figure appeared. Congratulations. The note said. You have discovered your second clue. This bag is to help you carry all the notes you gather. Now, here's the next one. Find the pillar of strength, at the place we call our second home. Have fun, Hinata-chan. The kunoichi smiled to herself, having a distinct impression of who she was going to find next. If the paper sakura flower resting in her hand was any indication. And as for the place they called their second home, that was easy, Ichiraku's. She and Naruto would always find some excuse to meet up there. Irika, Ayam, and Tuchi were like Naruto's adoptive family. That, and it truly was the best ramen in the village. Just about the entire ninja population of Konoha frequented the establishment on a regular basis. All hoping get some warm food, and a chance to catch up with the rest of their friends. With a gentle grin, Hinata rolled back up the clue and tucked it, along with the origami flower, safely back into the bag. The dark-haired woman then turned her head up and began addressing the tree. Arigato, Sasuke-kun. I hope returning to the village for this didn't inconvenience your mission. The leaves above her angrily rustled for a moment, before a gruff voice answered, "Humph, what can I say? The Dobe's one persistent bastard. Now get going, I don't want to have to deal with a pissed-off Sakura because you were late." His comment made Hinata giggle into her hand. Very well, and thank you, again. And with that, she took off towards the ramen stand to meet with her next friend. As the dark-haired kunoichi sped away, Sasuke couldn't help but grin and whisper to himself, "Be happy, Hinata-chan. You deserve it." And so, it continued on like this for the rest of the day. Hinata would find one of her friends at the clue's location, and trade them the origami piece for the next scroll. As time went on, she began to notice a pattern emerging. All the locations seemed to revolve around places she and Naruto often frequented or held a special significance to them both. There was the waterfall, where she found Sai serenely sketching. It was where she and Naruto had skated during their first date. The beautiful scene made her blush in remembrance of the mission where the blonde had inadvertently seen her naked. Even to this day, she found the thought of Naruto discovering the truth about that mysterious water-dancing woman utterly mortifying. Although Hinata had to admit, his vague descriptions of her had been rather flattering. Then there was Shino, who she found in the forest where Naruto had saved her from bullies, at the cost of his red scarf. And Ino, who pointed her toward the same assorted bouquet Naruto had given her on their first date. The list went on and on, friend after friend, so many happy, blissful memories. As the sun began to set, the kunoichi arrived at a very memorable place, the third training ground. This was where Hinata had her first real conversation with Naruto. During the Chunin exams, the blonde had wandered there before his big fight with Neji. Naruto voiced to her his doubt about being able to beat the Hyuga prodigy. At first, his admission had shocked Hinata. She had never heard him doubt himself before. And even though the girl was terrified of speaking to her crush, she found the strength to voice the words that rang true in her heart. The dark-haired woman couldn't help but smile as his response echoed again in her mind, "I always thought you were kind of timid and weird. But I think I actually like people like you." Not the best start to a relationship, but to Hinata, those words said a lot. It meant that maybe there was hope. From that point on, she began to better herself in every way she could. In the hopes that one day, Naruto might see her in the same way she saw him, as the love of her life. Just then, Tenten's cheerful voice broke Hinata out of her reverie. "There you are. I was worried you'd gotten lost." "Oh, no." Gomen, the dark-haired woman, immediately apologized. "I was just—" "It's okay," her friend said, brushing it off with a careless wave. "This is the last clue anyway." The weapons user pulled the scroll out of her bag and traded it for Hinata's origami shuriken. Tenten?" Hinata asked, gently biting at her lip. Something had been bothering her all day, and she finally found the courage to voice it. Do you know what this is really about?" But the other woman merely gave her a playful wink and a scolding finger. Now. You're almost there. Don't think too much and spoil it." And with that warning, Tenten suddenly poofed away using substitution jutsu, leaving Hinata alone with her hopeful thoughts. "Oh, well," she whispered to herself, before tugging open the final scroll. When the seal released, Hinata was met once again with the little yellow fox from the beginning of the day. The last note simply said, "This is it. Great job, Hinata-chan. Now here's your final clue. Go to the place we built together, and you'll find your surprise waiting for you." Hinata felt her heart leap in chest. The entire day, the places she had visited, could Naruto really be? But instead of finishing that thought, she took a deep, steadying breath and shoved the note back into her bag. And then on shaky legs, she began running to her final destination, Naruto's old family home. Meanwhile, back at the house, the fireflies were just starting to awaken. Their reflected lights twinkled across the surface of the small pond near the front door. When a tiny, blue and orange toad surfaced and started swimming towards the house, singing la 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 dash, wham, ghh. Out of nowhere, Taunton and Packen leaped up and tackled the summoning creature. After a brief scuffle, they were able to securely tie the meddlesome toad up with rope. The pair then performed a victory dance with Japanese fans as Pakken declared into his headset, "Area secure, over." "Good work," congratulated Guy over the comlink. "Have the rest of the Ninken continue to patrol the area." "Over." "Ah. Come on guys." Gamachan whined at them with pleading eyes. "It'll be romantic." "Nope. Not this time." Pakken grumbled, dragging her away from the scene. Naruto observed all this from the window, and let out a sigh of relief. One less thing to worry about. But truth be told, he was still a nervous wreck. Back and forth the blonde paced, repeating the words he had practiced for days in his mind. Where is she, he wondered, turning again to walk across the empty room. Did I make the clues too hard? Maybe she doesn't know where to go. Kit, calm down, Kurama grumbled in his head. Your vixen is a hell of a lot smarter than that. Besides, one of your crazy friends would have contacted you if something had gone wrong. With a stressful sigh, the blonde reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring box. He opened it and stared at a small object that would completely transform his life. In his youth, Naruto had never even dreamed that a moment like this would come. And now here he was, about to ask the woman he loved to spend the rest of her life with him. And yet, one very frightening question still remained: would she really want to? Hinata knew that Naruto was in line to become the next Hokage. And being the leader of the entire village was a great commitment. Would she want that kind of life? Where the needs of everyone else oftentimes outweighed her own? Naruto felt his eyes welling with tears. They had only been together for a little over a year, and the dark-haired woman had already become the foundation of his entire world. Through the hardest times, her love always kept him going. The thought of spending the rest of his life without her terrified him. Hinata had done what Naruto had always believed was impossible: she filled the empty space that had been left in his heart. If she said no, it would completely destroy him. But in life, there are some things that are worth the risk. And Naruto would pay whatever price he had to, for a chance to have a long and fulfilling one with Hinata. He just hoped she wanted to do the same. Suddenly, Naruto's heart leapt into his throat. He felt her chakra signature approaching. Quickly, he snapped the box shut and stuffed it into his pocket. The blonde then turned and stared expectantly towards the door, his heart swelling with hope. The time had finally come. The front of the warmly lit home beckoned Hinata to approach. Around the pond, small lanterns floated gently on the surface, as fireflies danced in the night sky. They reminded the woman of the first time Naruto had said he loved her. She still remembered the utter and complete shock she had felt. After all that time, he had finally noticed her. And then Hinata had to leave him. But she was a Hyuga, and the task that she had been given was far too important. It just about destroyed her, but Hinata did it, hoping that Naruto would realize the significance of the scarf she had left behind. Her heart would always belong to him, now and forever. And now, she was living the life she had always dreamed about. It wasn't perfect, it would never be without Niji. But it was close, and that was enough for Hinata. The ethereal light emitting from the window called to her, inviting her home. In almost a daze, she walked up the steps and approached the door. With a trembling hand, Hinata reached out and opened it. Immediately, the dark-haired woman gasped at the sight of 100 glowing candles surrounding Naruto, bathing him in a veil of light. Hi, Hinata-chan, he stuttered out, nervously playing with something in his pocket. Welcome home. Naruto-kun, she asked in disbelief. Was this really happening? I thought dash. The blonde simply took a step forward and shakily grabbed her hands. That I was on a mission? Well yeah, kinda. But that was over a few days ago. I just wanted to surprise you. Oh. She said in reply, feeling a bit saddened. For a moment, she had really believed. And you know, to sorta ask you something, too, he quickly admitted, during her reply. Hinata's breath caught in her throat as her eyes went wide. Narrow dash. But the blonde cut her off with a shake of his head. Just hear me out. The woman tried to slow her rapidly beating heart, as she stared at him with hopeful eyes. Hinata-chan, this past year has been the happiest of my entire life, he confessed, momentarily tightening his grip on her hands. When I was a boy, I never really believed that I could feel like this. He paused for a second, and finally gathered enough strength to still his trembling body. I'm whole. For the first time ever, I feel complete. And it's because I'm with you. Hinata's wide, luminous eyes began spilling over with tears of joy. I love you, Hinata-chan, with all that I am, Naruto declared as he shakily got down on one knee. This is the house we built together, and I want to spend the rest of my days here with you. The dark-haired woman placed a hand over her mouth in shock as the blonde reached into his pocket and pulled something out. So, I'm asking you, he said, opening the box and holding it out to her. Will you marry me? Hinata couldn't contain herself any longer, and openly wept. The ring was absolutely stunning, with the golden fox wrapped lovingly around the center sapphire. Truly, a symbol that represented the depth of their love. Her Naruto-kun had made this day everything she had always dreamed it to be. I know I can be a handful sometimes, the blonde added with desperate blue eyes, pleading with her to give him an answer. And that being married to a Hokage won't be easy, but dash. Hinata simply let out breathless laugh dove in for a kiss. Silly boy, as if she would say, no. The woman put all the passion and love that she felt for Naruto into it, and he returned it enthusiastically in kind. When they finally broke apart several minutes later, Naruto teasingly asked, so? I'm guessing that's a yes. Tearfully, Hinata giggled in return. Hi, 1,000 times, hi. And you're sure dash, he began, not quite believing that she had. Agreed. The dark-haired woman just lovingly rested her head upon his chest. I most certainly am, she replied with a content sigh, and held out her hand for Naruto to place the ring on. With a wicked grin, he blonde kissed her forehead and happily obliged. After that, they sat there for a while, wrapped in each other's loving embrace. Before Naruto suddenly spoke up, oh yeah. I almost forgot. The blonde then reached into his pocket and took out what appeared to be another sealing scroll. Hinata raised a questioning eyebrow. What's this now? The night's not quite over yet, he answered with a quick wink and unraveled it with a flourish. Come on out everybody. She said, yes. And with that, a giant puff of smoke enveloped the room. Surprise! Congratulations, their friends cried as the romantic candles in the room instantly vanished and were replaced with buffet tables filled with food, a DJ stage, a large ink portrait of Naruto and Hinata, along with a group of their happy friends. What on earth? Hinata exclaimed in shock as they formed a conga line behind her and started chanting, party, party, party. What can I say, said Naruto with a nonchalant shrug. Our friends are rather persistent. They've been holding on to this secret for a while now, and wanted to celebrate with us as soon as possible. Everything's all set, said Lee with a salute to the blonde. The others are on their way. Naruto gave him a hearty pat on the back. Good job. And excellent work with the seals 1010. The weapons user laughed as she went over to hug Hinata. No problem. Others, the dark-haired woman asked, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their sudden appearance. Who else is coming? You'll see, replied Sakura with a sly wink. But don't worry about it. This is all for you and Naruto, so relax and enjoy. And so, everyone began preparing for the guests to arrive. There was still a lot of work to be done to get the house ready. It would seem that while Naruto's actual proposal might have been a success, the night wasn't over quite yet. And by the end, it would certainly become one the Konoha 12 were sure to remember. To be continued. Author's notes, HA. That's right everybody, I've been planning this from the beginning and now it's finally arrived. The story is not over. Thought you were just getting a cute lovey-dovey ending, huh? Wrong. I'm blowing my load people. Next time, the final full chapter before the epilogue, the engagement party. I'm bringing in everyone I can. It's going to be one heck of a night. XD. And again, it will probably be around a 2-3 week wait. I really need to read over everything I wrote again and outline the crap out of it so it all comes out perfect. But more will come soon. And as always, please remember to read, fave, and review. Feedback helps fuel the muse. Feed the fanfic muse. Japanese word key.